Maybe we can start with instructions, how people can join the meeting
My script?
Yeah.
Okay. I saved the script to my phone for the first time in 2 years. Okay. Welcome everyone to the May 5th Architecture Review Board meeting. Pursuant to AB to attend by teleconference or video conference or in person. During the meeting, members of the public may provide live public comment by submitting a speaker card prior to the start of public comment on that item. And I think you can find speaker cards over there. Speakers may address items that are not on the agenda during the oral communications portion of the meeting. If a public comment speaker wishes to speak on more than one agenda item, please indicate so on the speaker card. Spoken comments by a computer will be accepted through the Zoom teleconference meeting. To address the board, go to zoom.us/join. Meeting ID is 965-6189-1491. When you wish to speak on an agenda item, click raise hand. When called, please limit your remarks to the time allotted. Spoken public comments using a smartphone will also be accepted through the Zoom mobile application. To offer comments using a regular phone, call 1-669-900-6833 and enter meeting ID 965-6189-1491. When you wish to speak on an agenda item, hit *9 on your phone so that we know you wish to speak. So we know that you wish to speak. Okay. Can we get a roll call?
Yeah, just a moment. Chair Thompson.
Present.
Vice Chair Hirsch.
Present.
Board Member Balte.
Present.
Board Member Chen.
Present.
Board Member Rosenberg.
Present.
We have a quorum. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next item is oral communications. The public may speak to any item not on the agenda. If you would like to do that, please raise your hand.
I haven't received any speaker cards for oral communications, and I do not see any raised hands online.
Okay, so we'll move on. So the next item is agenda changes, additions, and deletions.
No changes at this time.
Okay, thank you. Okay, our next item is city official reports.
Yes, sorry. Did we did the teleconference?
Oh, we didn't. Okay, thank you. All right, we missed an item. That is the adoption of a resolution authorizing the use of teleconferencing for Architectural Review Board during the COVID-19 state of emergency. And I believe we need someone to make a motion to approve.
Yes, and this is just so
the
we can
resolution.
continue to be hybrid as needed.
Somebody like to make a motion?
I'll move that we adopt the item as presented.
I'll second it.
Thank you. Motion by Balte, second by Rosenberg.
I'd like to speak to my motion.
Sure.
I'm all for having hybrid meetings like we're doing, but I'd like to be clear that we're doing it because there's a declared public state of emergency for health reasons. I want to be careful that the moment we decide we want to do this to facilitate our meetings, we should think more carefully how it works. I'm not satisfied that it's really acceptable for board members and applicants to do meetings by hybrid fashion. And I think we should be very clear what our intention is, or perhaps look to City Council for direction. As long as this is part of a declared public health emergency, I'm all for it, which is what our motion is. Thank you.
Can I ask a follow-up question about that?
Sure.
So I guess, are you kind of saying that if once the emergency goes away, that we would not want to continue to be hybrid?
I think we should have that discussion, Osma. I think it's something that is a significant change in procedure. And after having done this for a year, I'm not convinced it's a better way to work. And I just don't want us to blithely go down that road without really having that decision made properly. And I don't really think it should be a decision of the board. It should be a decision of the City Council, how they want to run meetings. But I think that remote attendance is not as good as being here together. And so we should not just assume that they're equal. And that's been my experience over the past 2 years. And I think the same applies to applicants. I think it's better when they're here. So until it's, as long as it's a health emergency, we should continue doing what we're doing.
Are there any other board members that would like to make any comments about this at this time? Nope. The only thing I'll say is that I think we need to consider really the alternative of being here remotely versus not being here at all. And is it worse to not be here at all or to be remote?
Absolutely. There's also additional benefits of it, enhanced public participation. That's why I think this is an issue that's really beyond the Architecture Review Board.
And I think it's important that we actually voice our opinions on this as well, because we are the ones that have to also facilitate this as well. And I will say, like, you know, just being the chair where I have to write everybody's comments, I'm a lot faster at typing, and I've considered bringing a computer in the past. But there is, it's nice to have two big monitors where I can like see, you know, everything. And so I don't, you know, I think the hybrid thing is kind of an interesting, it came with a bunch of great opportunities is what I'll say. But I agree that I guess we'll continue evaluating this every month. I think this lasts for a month.
Yes, once a month.
Okay, all right, thank you. Did we do the vote? No, we haven't done the vote yet.
Board Member Baltai,
Yes.
Board Member Chen,
Yes.
Vice Chair Hirsch, Board Member Rosenberg,
Yes.
Chair Thompson.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, great. Okay, so then we can move on to city official reports.
All right, so thank you. Good morning. My name is Jody Gerhardt. I'm the manager of current planning. And so you'll see our schedule so far. We do say that we would continue to be hybrid for the foreseeable future. And then on the next page, we just have the projects for our next session, which would be 488 University Avenue is a sign exception for actually a projecting sign. And this would be at President Hotel. And then there's also 2609 Alma is an ad hoc committee. So thank you.
Do we know who's on the ad hoc committee for that? Has that been defined?
I don't know right this second, but I'll find out in a few minutes.
Okay. Great. Okay. So I think we can move on to our first action item. So this is the staff recommends a permanent parklet program discussion and direction. So we would consider and provide feedback or changes or recommend approvals of the proposed permanent parklet program. It's 3 Ps, design standards and yes, I believe that our current state is that we would consider, provide feedback or changes and or recommend approval of the parklet program. So staff's recommendation.
Yes, and we have Assistant Director Rachel Tanner is on virtual, and I believe there is another staff member as well.
Yes. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Am I coming through? Okay, great. Good morning, Architectural Review Board members. Good to be with you all. Rachel Tanner, Assistant Director of Planning and Development Services. I'm joined by Sophie Gable-Scheinbaum, who is with Urban Planning Partners. She'll be giving the bulk of the presentation today. But just to set the stage a little bit, and this will be part of the presentation, just kind of wanting to get your feedback on particularly a couple topics for the Parklet program. And council will be considering this next Monday. We are asking council to extend the pilot program for the rest of the year so that we can continue working on really making sure these standards are what we want. And then also a transition time for folks who have parklets under the old guidelines to, transition to the new standards. So if we'd love if there's a recommendation today, if you all feel really strongly that you're like, here's some changes or they're good to go, that's great. But we probably also can bring them back to you if council does, extend the temporary program for the rest of the year. We'll have some more time. So just want to give that context so that we hope we'll get more time to keep working with you on it. We're not exactly sure, obviously, what council will decide on Monday, but we are asking them for more time. And so we look forward to this really robust discussion, especially on the heels of the California Avenue discussion we had just 2 weeks ago. And I just want to make sure this is distinct. This is the Parklet program and not the closure program for California Avenue. So very distinct. And if you have questions about that, we are happy to answer them. I'm going to turn off my video though. I get a message, my connectivity is not great. And I'm going to actually hand it over to Sophie. Sophie, you can share your screen and jump into the presentation.
Great. Thank you so much, Rachel. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for having me. As discussed, we'll be going over the Palo Alto proposed permanent parklet program. So all the P's, nice alliteration there. And as I'll just restate that, as Rachel said, we're just looking for feedback for any proposed changes. And if you feel so inclined to recommend approval to City Council, depending on how the discussion goes. So before we sort of dive in, just to provide some overall context, I just want to provide some brief background on the existing program, as well as some parklet basics and common terms, just so we're all on the same page. As many of us experience, parklets became a really crucial and necessary space for private businesses to provide dining spaces compliant with public health orders during the height and continued context of the COVID-19 pandemic. Parklets allowed for businesses to remain open and for people to gather safely. And in Palo Alto specifically, parklets have been really widely popular, with City Council receiving thousands of emails in support of the program during the past 2 years. In terms of sort of some local legislative history, in June 2020, City Council adopted an ordinance and resolution allowing for temporary parklets to be constructed in compliance with the temporary guidelines. In April of the following year, in 2021, Council directed staff to begin developing this permanent program and extend the pilot program to December 2021, which passed in June. And then in September of last year, the pilot program was extended to a new sunset date of June 2022 to sort of accommodate, obviously, the ongoing pandemic conditions and to provide staff with further time to develop a permanent program. And as Rachel discussed, on Monday, we'll provide an update to City Council, a progress report on the permanent program, and they'll have an opportunity to provide feedback and also an opportunity to consider extending the temporary program to December to provide additional time in finalizing the permanent program and allow for some transition time. So while expedient, the design and subsequent implementation of the pilot guidelines has led to a large amount of parklet designs and associated operations. Some have referred to our current parklets as, quote, carnival-like due to sort of the mix of designs and variety and quality. And in addition, compliance with the guidelines has varied greatly between permit holders with a variety of existing conditions and compliance. And while staff continue to document and provide notices of violations to permit holders, the compliance and corrections do remain challenging based on the guidelines. So before we try and regulate them, let's sort of just talk about what a parklet is. Simply, a parklet is an extension of the pedestrian right-of-way, and in Palo Alto specifically, they will continue to be permitted for legally existing restaurants on streets with a speed limit of 25 miles per hour or lower. Parklets will always include 3 primary items. So first is, of course, a platform, which provides the seamless transition between the sidewalk, public right-of-way, and the parklet itself. Second, or letter B, is an enclosure, or what we're calling a periodic barrier. And this refers to the physical barrier separating the parklet from the travel lane. And we're using the term enclosure as it captures a barrier, a railing, or just the edge of the parklet overall. And then thirdly, of course, any traffic safety features such as wheel stops or reflective delineators. Parklets can also include roofs, lighting, landscaping, umbrellas, or just other miscellaneous furnishings and fixtures. So these are just images provided as examples of different parklet designs. You can see that even with similar approaches and requirements such as enclosure type, platform, and general size, there still is the opportunity for flexibility in design if desired. So when we're considering the permanent parklet guidelines, there's sort of these three sort of overarching approaches and ideas to consider that we kind of wanted to frame the discussion with. So firstly is how the parklet space is going to be defined. Is the intent of the parklet to create indoor dining outside or simply enhanced outdoor dining? Obviously, during parts of the pandemic, outdoor dining was the only option, so certain measures were taken to create a more indoor outdoor kind of space. However, moving forward, how do we anticipate or want to utilize these spaces? Well, we've heard concerns from some businesses about eliminating any sidewalls or coverings due to patrons expecting sort of cover from sun and wind. There are safety requirements for transparency and also aesthetic considerations to take into account. Secondly, staff would like guidance in regards to how specific guidelines should be in relation to colors and materials specifically. As drafted, the guidelines would require neutral and or earth tones for the platform, roof, and enclosure of the parklet, with up to 3 colors for additional furnishing and fixtures such as tables, chairs, umbrellas. We want to know, is that too much flexibility, too little? And additionally, we want these standards to be objective and as easy to implement as possible. So we're looking for other ways to describe high quality materials or examples of the types of materials that would be expected for these parklets. And then lastly, the intent of the proposed guidelines would be to increase landscaping potential and greening of Palo Alto through planters and the parklets. However, we did receive some comments of concern from business and property owners that find that some planted areas end up barren or ill cared for. As one person put, not everyone has a green thumb. So how and to what extent should we require planting? So again, these are just 3 sort of overarching approaches and ideas that we want to consider looking forward at the more specific standards and guidelines. So in the interest of time, I'll be reviewing each of these sort of subcategories at a high level and not diving into each specific. But if any member of the board would like to review a topic in more detail, please just feel free to ask, and I'm happy to go back or to stay on a slide for longer as needed. So as you can see, there's sort of these subcategories for design standards specifically around platform, enclosure, roofs, color, signage, furniture, landscape and plants, umbrellas, lighting, and heaters. Those are sort of the subcategories that we're focusing on. So as proposed, platforms would be made of one material and one consistent color as pictured. Enclosures. The enclosures would require this periodic barrier as shown in the top photo and be constructed of, quote, high quality material in neutral tones. And as drafted, vegetation would need to be incorporated every 6 feet. So whether the periodic barrier would be made of a planter or wine barrels as pictured, there would need to be vegetation incorporated every 6 feet. Roofs could be made of plywood, polycarbonate, or sheet metal and would be of a neutral tone. While fabric roofing would not be permitted under the proposed guidelines, the roof could be an open structure such as a trellis or pergola. So as mentioned for color specifically, the platform, enclosure, and roof of a parklet would be of a neutral or earth tone color with additional furnishing and fixtures proposing no more than 3 additional colors total. If the applicant would prefer to have their roof or enclosure or decking of a non-neutral or earth tone, they would be limited then to 2 total additional colors. Applicants would also be expected to match colors, textures, and design of the accompanying business storefront for increased consistency. Furniture shall be of all weather, sturdy, and high quality material. So again, looking if there's feedback or comments of how to sort of strengthen some more objective language for that requirement. And vegetation shall be comprised of native, low water use, and drought tolerant plants. Hopefully it can go without saying, but we want to just include that no plants should have short thorns, spikes, or sharp edges, or be poisonous or invasive. And then in terms of umbrellas, different types of umbrellas would be permitted as long as no portion of the umbrella extends beyond the edge of the total parklet. And again, that's just a safety consideration for traffic safety, as well as not obstruct the view from the street between 3 and 8 feet measured from the street. So if you can see my cursor, that's sort of this area here would not be able to be obstructed.
Apologies, we can't see the video at the moment. It just said video over IP on the screen here. There, it's back now.
Oh, okay.
Could you please point again if you don't mind?
Yeah, no problem. So if you can see my cursor, no obstruction would be allowed in this area for transparency. So moving along to lighting, lighting would be permitted, such as string lights, solar powered and or rechargeable battery powered lights, and overhead fixtures would be permitted as long as they would be shielded on the sides in order to focus light downward. Any heaters used that would be affixed to parklet roofs must be hidden from the street view to the extent possible. So that was obviously a lightning round of the guidelines. Just to give an overview, we really want to focus on what feedback you have, what you like, and what changes you would propose. Obviously, we can go back to any slides as needed, and I do have the draft guidelines available if you wanted to look there as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any members of the public that wish to speak on this item? If so, please raise your hand.
Yes, I see one raised hand online from Michael Eckwell. Let me quickly unmute him. Just a moment.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning. We can hear you. You have 3 minutes for your comments. Thank you.
Super. Thank you very much. I just wanted to say, thank you to the city for putting together this, the idea for a permanent parklet program. My wife and I own a restaurant over on California Avenue, and I think that we've, our survival during the pandemic really depended on our ability to use the outdoor dining spaces, which, obviously enhanced our opportunity for survival. I appreciate the fact that the city is putting together a program here, which is kind of streamlined and uniform. A couple of issues that did come up in the discussions, and I think that we just mentioned that earlier from the prior speaker, was, the design of the parklets. In particular, the use of sidewalls and coverings, I think, is really important, because even on nice evenings here in the Bay Area, it can get kind of cool. And I can't tell you how many times, we have people want to move because, the weather is not really cooperating. So I do think that that should be considered and allowed in some thoughtful way. Also, I like the idea of a streamlined parklet design that would allow, a basic permit fee, and that would probably receive pretty quick approval from the associated departments. One very serious issue that we have all talked about, amongst ourselves on the street, and we hear from downtown, is basically the ability not to use propane gas heaters, which I don't know. We have a couple of electric heaters, but electric heaters use at minimum a quality electric heater, a 20 amp circuit, and many of our buildings are not really prepared for that. And our neighbors next door are just going through a panel upgrade to, I believe, a 400 amp service, which took about 6 or 7 months just to get the permits from the city, and cost them over $50,000. So I think that I really ask you to seriously consider the banning of the propane, because that cost alone is prohibitive to probably almost every person that's interested in a parklet. And finally, the discussion about the neighbor approval. We were lucky. We have a friendly neighbor that didn't mind that we used the tent space on the street, but I'm a little concerned that the veto power over a property owner for a parking space that's on the public right of way might cause some problems for some folks. And, we should probably consider that before, putting that as a final option there. Anyhow, thank you very much. I appreciate it, and have a great day.
Mr. Eckwell, could you state and spell your name for the record, please?
Yes, thank you. E. Edward, K. W-A-L-L.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
Do we have any other members of the public?
No,
that
we
wish to
don't.
speak?
Uh-huh.
Okay. All righty. So I will kind of ask members of the board to actually state any disclosures. Anything to disclose?
Well, I can't tell you how many restaurants I visited thinking about this issue, but I don't know if that's, well, sure. I've done extensive research recently.
That's great.
I would echo that. I eat at outdoor dining parklets quite regularly, including on California Avenue just last night.
Not too much to disclose. Actually, eaten out a few times, but not enough to become an expert on parklets.
Yeah, I had experience outdoor dining, but yeah, not an expert. I had the experience.
Cool, thanks. And yeah, I've been following San Francisco's parklets for a number of years. I have friends that have designed parklets, have inhabited many across different cities in the Bay Area. But otherwise, yeah, nothing else to disclose. Okay, thank you. Are there any questions of staff before we get into our discussion?
I do. I've got a question. The speaker, Michael, had made a comment that the neighbors are allowed to sort of veto power. Can we point out where that language is in this? Because I just want to make sure that I'm reading it in its entirety.
Sure. And if you can hear me, I'm going to just turn my video off, but Sophie can bring up that part or direct to the page number in the rest of the standards. So we pulled out into the narrative portion of your staff report the kind of aesthetic standards, and the neighbor agreement is part of the rest of the guidelines or the standards rather. So it states essentially that if your parklet is going to extend beyond your storefront, then you need to have the permission of the neighboring property owner and business owner, ground floor business owner, that your parklet is extending in front of. So you can see, for example, that sketch, even maybe Sophie, you could stop on if there's a portion that was kind of extending in front of a neighboring business, that would be the portion in question. And then we can look at where that is on what page, packet page the standard is on.
So for just to make it crystal clear, the only time you would need neighbor approval to have a parklet is if you're sort of quote unquote invading their space or what would be in front of their storefront. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Any other questions of staff? Oh, I think the board member Chen.
Okay, just a quick and simple question. So I want to know why the fabric roofing is not allowed, because SRT is a common material to provide shading.
It's a great question. Fabric, so in the pilot program, there's been many areas where we have not achieved compliance with the current guidelines and where there have been some safety concerns regarding how the parklets are operating. So that includes fabric roofing and the interaction between the roofing and any heating elements, whether they be electric or propane powered. We have observed many times where fabric roofing, tenting, et cetera, is not being used in regards to the manufacturer's recommendations or standards. And so you have fabric that's very, very close to open flame at times. We've seen melted fabric. It may not be flame retardant. And so certainly if the ARB was interested, we could, explore that. But our building division and our fire department have significant safety concerns regarding fabric roofing interacting with heating elements. And in the last years, it's been very difficult to achieve compliance with those standards. And so that's part of why we have gone this direction.
Any other questions? No. Okay. Vice Chair Hirsch.
Sort of a technicality, but the water in the street during rainy season, which is at some point, hopefully, the drain usually would run along the gutter. Is there any provision, I didn't see it, for cleaning those areas to make sure that water flows in the street?
That's a great question. And so we don't have to pull up the guidelines, but maybe you can tell us the page number, the packet page number of the gutter drawing that we're working on. So we are working on both the design to make sure water can flow in the gutter, even if it's underneath the parklet, and that the parklets would have ability to kind of open the platform to clean out the gutter periodically. And there's also proposal to have an annual inspection of the parklets, in part because of this challenge. And we did unfortunately have a parklet where when it did rain, one of our few rains, the water did back up and actually unfortunately flooded their basement, in part because the parklet was not constructed in accordance with the standards and water was accumulating. And so that was unfortunate. We want to avoid that certainly in the future.
Page 31 of your packet is where you'll find that draft diagram.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions of staff? Peter?
Here it is.
Thank you, Chair. Two questions for staff, both technical. Why are we restricting heaters to only electric? What's the rationale behind that decision or request?
Great question. There are two reasons. The first is from the fire department. And I'm going to probably misquote the person's role, but it's kind of like the fire marshal for the county issued directions around how propane heaters can be used properly. And so that again goes to the distance between a heating element and anything else around it, as well as how the propane needs to be stored. The propane cannot be stored inside. And our fire department has not observed compliance with that regulation, in part because most restaurants, particularly the downtown and Cal Ave, do not have available area to store the propane outdoors in accordance with the regulations. And so often it's stored inside, which is not allowed. In addition, our city is moving towards all electric and trying to electrify and limit greenhouse gas emissions. And so this is kind of in line with that push. So both the safety and a policy objective would be achieved with the move to electric heaters, notwithstanding the challenges, certainly, but that's why that's proposed.
Thank you. If I could follow up on that. Are restaurants having private outdoor spaces permitted to use propane for space heaters? Is this different because they're public spaces, or is this something that we're restricting overall?
I don't know if overall propane heaters are restricted on private patios. I would need to look into that. I don't believe so, but I think certainly they would need to follow the fire marshal's guidance in terms of storage and operation of the heaters. So I would have to look into that. I'm sorry.
Thank you. My other question is regarding how we ask applicants to bring electric power to their parklet. Is there a reason we can't ask them to put it under the sidewalk? Is that just a construction logistics, or is there something beyond that? Thank you.
Yeah, I think part of it is, not wanting to have the sidewalk be torn up for all the parklets. And while restaurants can have a lot of longevity, they can often be some of the fastest to open and close businesses. And so We may have parklets coming and going with the opening and closing of restaurants. And how do we want to have our sidewalk be cared for and disrupted and of course restored when conduit is run under the sidewalk? So it seemed, given the semi-permanent nature of parklets, that perhaps overhead conduit would be both expedient and also provide the flexibility should restaurants, come and go and the park.
Then a follow-up question, the same as before. If a restaurant wants to have power brought to their building or to their restaurant for some other private purpose, are they allowed to put conduit under the sidewalk for that purpose? If they wanted to, is there a restriction against doing this for other than parklet uses?
I guess I would have a hard time understanding when a conduit is run under the sidewalk under the public right of way to the restaurant. I wouldn't need to know more about that use case. If that's the typical way the power is provided in that area, then possibly that would be allowed, but I'm not familiar enough with how electric service is provided to buildings to be able to opine on that.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, staff? You have one more,
I
David?
do actually, if you don't mind.
Oh, actually, yeah, let's go, Board Member Rosenberg.
I was, again, the language for the platforms, is there anything to show that the compliance with ADA, that there is a seamless transition or a very low threshold transition? Is that in the right? Okay.
Yeah, it must be ADA
Perfect.
compliant, and we would be reviewing for compliance, both for the platform transition, for the turnaround area, for having the appropriate seating that accommodates patrons who need accessibility. So we want these to be completely compliant with ADA.
Great. And then I guess the question for the fabric roofing versus umbrellas, how is that differentiated? I guess why is it that the fabric permanent sort of roofings, like a sunshade, why would that be restricted versus an umbrella, which would not be restricted?
So if you have an umbrella, we are assuming that you don't have a roof. And so if you don't have a roof, then you're unlikely to have electric heaters, because the heaters would be affixed again to the roofing structure and then pointing down. And so in that case, there's limited concern of the conflict between the heating element and the fabric. And so someone may decide they just don't want to have a roof and want to have, umbrellas instead, which are more mobile and, can move as the sun moves, as opposed to having a fixed roof.
So if they had a fixed sunroof but said we won't have heaters, wouldn't that be still compliant and alleviate all the fire?
If they had a fabric covering.
Correct. Like say they had a sunshade roofing within a trellis frame structure, but they decided we're not going to have any heating elements. Shouldn't that be permissible at that point?
Certainly that's what the ARB's direction, that could be permissible. And I think it has a good rationale. I will say, I think part of the staff's experience with the last 2 years has unfortunately made us a little bit reluctant, just because the degree of noncompliance and persistent noncompliance that we observe. And so we see folks get a permit for something, they do that, and then they do more than what's permitted and in an unsafe manner. So perhaps the guidelines standards may be a little too conservative in that regard, and certainly would welcome ARB's feedback on that.
Yeah. And then a question about the coloring and the colors. I've seen use cases where instead of having sort of chairs and tables, there's almost more of a loungy effect where it's sort of sofas and cushions. Is there any exemption for, like, if they wanted to have a brightly colored throw pillow versus something like that, where if there's a pattern on a fabric element to that, is there any sort of exception or notation for that? Because if we're restricting people to only have taupe cushions for all of these, I mean, I'm curious how that sort of would play into this, if it's a more sort of loungy feel. And maybe this is a one-off scenario, which really isn't pertinent at this time, but I'm just sort of curious if there is any sort of flexibility with the coloration of non-fixed or non-permanent items.
That's a great question, and something that we really are eager to hear the ARB's feedback on, because it's something we have debated. So I think our goal was to try to limit, again, it's all in the eye of the beholder. There's been this desire that we've heard from business owners and the public for a more kind of uniform look, perhaps less haphazard, and somewhat haphazard because folks constructed these things very rapidly to try to keep their businesses open, 2 years ago. And so that is reflected in how they look. And so the 3 color idea, kind of say neutral tones or earth tones, and then 3 colors. So certainly a fabric cushion could be one of the colors, or the furnishings. That was kind of our idea, is that if they wanted to have kind of a neutral tone for the structure, the platform, the railing, the enclosure, et cetera, then they might accent that with their cushions or their umbrellas or other furnishings. And those could be the colors. Or someone might want to have color be part of their planter and their enclosure. Maybe they want to have bright green planters. That's part of their business branding. And that's kind of one of their colors. So we wanted to give flexibility to say, like, you can decide how you use your 3 colors, but you only get 3. But again, totally open to how the ARB might help us to perhaps create more flexibility with still providing some constraints
Cohesion,
to
yeah.
that. Yeah,
Sure.
yeah.
Okay. All right. And then I think that's all my questions for the time being. Thank you for your time.
Thanks. Did you have
Thank you.
more questions, Board Member Chen?
Yeah.
Okay, Vice Chair Hirsch.
There, the person who called in mentioned the fact that sometimes inclement weather, you'd want to do a greater enclosure. How would you respond to that? In other words, one possibility that comes to my mind is that the sides might have drop down enclosures. And I don't know, is that included in here somewhere? You're so good at showing the water idea that it's there, and you've answered so many questions in this report that it's hard to come up with questions that are meaningful. So, but this is one that came from the outside. So how do you respond to that one?
Yeah, it's a great question. I don't believe it's actually directly addressed in the standards. And part, I think staff were assuming that we would not have anything above, is it 42 inches, Sophie, or 36?
42 inches, yeah.
So basically you have to have the 42-inch railing enclosure surrounding at least the 3 sides of the parklet that are kind of in the traffic lane. You could have open on the sidewalk side. And so above that 42 inches needs to be clear. And so we kind of just assume, well, that will be, just nothing will be there. We have heard, like from Mr. Eckwall and other business owners, the desire for having something there. One solution a business owner suggested is kind of like a heavy, like clear plastic or kind of acrylic type material that's flexible, like, a blind or something, but it is transparent. So it does provide the safety needed for vehicles and pedestrians to be able to see through what's going on. And then other cities, Chair Thompson mentioned San Francisco, which is where I live. You will see often plexiglass in that area allowed to be installed. And so it's something that I think we're certainly open to. I think for staff, it kind of went to this question of how private and how public do we want these to be, and how do we achieve that? Perhaps transparency creates the safety and that kind of enlivening of the public realm that we want. Or do we want to have, nothing kind of in that 42 inches to, whatever the height of the roof, of that parklet might be?
Another sort of question, different kind, is there's always a conflict now that these cause between kind of servicing the parklet and the pedestrian traffic in the 8-foot space, So have you said keep it clear. How would this be monitored? In other words, they have movable furniture or something they pull out and it takes some of that space. How will the city be able to regulate that?
Yeah, something we've experienced up frequently. So there'd be at least 2 measures. One is, again, the annual inspection. Of course, if you're getting inspected, you might make sure the 8 feet is clear if you have obstructed it. And then the other is, for many of our codes, we do rely on complaints for folks to let us know something is not right. And then the third, which is a little more informal, is that, a lot of our parklets are concentrated downtown and in Cal Ave. And we do have staff that frequent those areas in order to do services, to talk with folks, to get to work themselves. And so there is a little bit of just staff observing through their day-to-day interactions with the city that folks are not complying with that 8 feet of clearance.
Any more questions?
Yeah, I have a question about the parklet size. So do we have any restriction of how large or how small it need to be for each of the business? Is it limited to like a certain percentage of the total floor area of the restaurant, or it may be related to the length of the storefront? Or as long as they agree with the neighbors, then it should be okay.
Yeah, we don't have any size limitations that have like a maximum. There is, I would say there is a sense that, you know, you wouldn't have one storefront stretch their parklet down an entire block, for example. From a practicality standpoint for angle parking spaces, you need at least 2 angle parking spaces to have a parklet. And so if a business faces an angle parking area, they would need to have at least 2 parking spaces. We don't have, I don't think, any that are 1 parking space at this time, just because that doesn't really leave enough space to make it worthwhile. We see mostly 2 and 3 parking spaces being used. In downtown, in particular on University Avenue, we have planters with the tree wells that kind of are bulbing out into the road. And so often it makes the most sense to just take up that entire area. Otherwise, there's not really enough space left over for a car to park. And so it might as well be used for the parklet instead of just empty, but nothing really being able to go there.
Any more questions? I have a couple. So my first question is the design intent for these parklets to be like removable over time? Like, is there a permanence concern, or would the city like our applicant to install something that can be removed, or is the idea that if it's more permanent, that's acceptable? I'd like to sort of get an understanding.
Yes, they do need to be removable. So they would need to be removable both in the case of a business closing and they need to take it away. If there are needs for street repairs or other type of maintenance that require either access to the surface of the roadway or beneath the roadway. And so they're permanent in the sense of, I think it's a little bit of a challenging word, more in contrast to the pilot program, right? That as long as somebody is complying with the rules, they can continue to have the parklet there, but it needs to be removable because of those reasons that I stated. Hopefully that helps, Chair Thompson.
Yeah, it does. And then I think this was briefly brought up, but is there an element of encouraging other uses outside of dining, like lounging or standing, you know, kind of like standing at a bar or something like that? Is that something that's okay to consider, or is this really directed at sit-down dining?
Well, I think in terms of the eligible applicants, it's eligible for kind of restaurants, eating and drinking establishments. As far as whether or not it's literally seating or other type of way that they've configured their parklet, I think they have options as long as they're providing accessible access. So if they were to have a bar type configuration, making sure that there's an accessible bar as well that meets the height for somebody who might be in a wheelchair. Does that answer your question?
So yeah, so does that mean that current storefront owners that are not restaurants could not apply to have a parklet?
That is correct. That is under the pilot program. That is the standard, and we're proposing to carry that into the permanent program.
I see. Okay, and I did have another question. I did see in the standard something about no amplified sound. Is that also new in this, or is that carried over from another standard?
I believe that's in our current guidelines. I kind of am forgetting though. I don't, Sophie, do you know?
Yeah, it's carried over from the temporary guidelines as well.
Okay, thank you. Any more questions from anybody? Okay. All right, well, let's bring it back to the board. Thank you for answering our extensive questions. Who would like to go first? I think we'll just kind of go one by one, and then we'll sort of consolidate common opinions for feedback. Anybody like to go first? Peter.
Okay, thanks. So what, to my colleagues, I've gone through just looking at the actual draft ordinance. So for reference, what I'm speaking to is the actual ordinance as I made comments. And I've just gone through the various sections, and so I'm just going to sort of regurgitate what I've noted to myself here. On the question of location, two things come to mind from my way of thinking. One is that frequently people arrive on bicycles to their restaurant event, and there's rarely a good place to park your bicycle right next to the parklet where somebody wants to put it. We have a 4-foot setback requirement, which is a perfect place to put a couple of bicycles. And I think we should consider strongly whether we want to require restaurants to take this into account. What I've observed happening is that people just sort of push their bicycles into these spaces leaning against the barrier or against a tree, or even just with a kickstand right next to the curb stop. That's all fine and good in a way. It's a great place to park your bicycle because you can watch it while you're dining. And there's just not enough street bicycle parking otherwise. But what I've also observed is that frequently people will jaywalk, say, across University Avenue to get to a restaurant or something. And the spaces between the parklets are critical because that's the only way you get in from the traffic aisle, or when the city has a public event that closes a street, say University Avenue again. When the parklets get too close together or too densely packed, and then there's bicycles blocking the way between the parklets, you get the situation where you have pedestrians in the traffic aisle unable to get back to the sidewalk. And it would seem to me that that's a critical connection to be able to flow between the sidewalk and the other side of these parklets, especially as we get into enhancing the pedestrian activity. So for both of those reasons, I think, I don't really have an answer, but I think the space between the parklet, that 4-foot safety setback, should be thought carefully that maybe it needs to be bigger, or maybe we need to really address how bicycles get parked as well. So that's just my thoughts without really having a recommendation necessarily. Then I made notes to myself. There's a section C1, notes E and F say that you just can't place a parklet within 5 feet of a manhole cover or a storm drain catch basin. I'd like to see the applicant have more flexibility to work with staff and not make that a completely arbitrary requirement. Again, just for a restaurant to show that they can easily get to this manhole cover, perhaps, just to make it easier for applicants. Same thing applies to clearance to street trees. I think it's the vegetation is so important. I don't want to see it restricted so significantly. And here, it's not actually a significant restriction, but just saying that you have to have this much clearance to a tree seems to me to be unnecessary. And again, I'd rather see staff just have the latitude to approve something unless it's really going to hurt the tree. I don't think these parklets really impact the trees. They're already growing in an asphalt environment. And the parklet's a pretty light construction. So it's really just the physical act. Are people going to lean against the trunk and hurt it or something? Then on the parklet design set of questions, regarding the platform, as long as staff is sure that these are going to be ADA compliant, which is critical, my question came down to whether the platforms should be sloped or not. And I say this because Taipan Restaurant is one I'm familiar with over on Waverly Street downtown. Just because of the shape of the street, which slopes, it's probably been paved over too many times. And because it's a angled parking, so the parklet is quite deep, almost 20 feet, the actual platform is sloped significantly, probably more than would be allowed by ADA, but it seems to me that it might be worth considering some restriction that platforms should be flat. And that would, in this case, make it more difficult for this restaurant, but it's kind of odd to have it be sloped to the extent that it is in that case. So I just throw that out there as food for thought. Do we want to put an issue to that? And my other comment is that it's fantastic, staff, to put in these kind of construction diagrams. From an applicant's point of view, it's just great to see what you're expecting. And the more you can just make these clear, simple diagrams for people to follow, the easier it is to do all of this. I'm looking now at, this is under the structural section of parklet design, section 4 under roofs, where you talk about the structure. But really my point is this, I think it's inappropriate to only allow civil or structural engineers to stamp and approve these drawings for parklets. My opinion is that we should not require design professionals at all. These are simple structures, and as long as they can demonstrate compliance with the code, it should be allowed. If we do require design professionals, certainly you should allow licensed architects and licensed landscape architects to be part of the mix as well. Again, just restricting it to engineers is both unfair and unreasonable to the applicants and the rest of the design community, but also very unlikely to help promote better design standards. So I think that's an obvious one. But my opinion is that we just shouldn't have design professionals be required. It just makes it more expensive. And these are simple things. I think the roof should be set to 8-foot minimum, not 9-foot minimum height. I think when you talk about fabric roofing, what we're really after is preventing vinyl, plastic materials, which is what you see on a lot of these tent-like structures, say Tarun over on California Avenue, which has just gone way over the top. It's a big carnival tent. And it's that plastic vinylized fabric that we just don't want to have. Genuine fabric, I think, is not nearly as much of an issue. To that extent, I keep writing the word tent-like, and we should prohibit tent-like structures. I know that doesn't give staff the objective standard they want, but it's one of those things, I know it when I see it. And that's really what everybody's reacting to negatively, is the restaurants that have established big wedding tents over their outdoor dining areas. When it comes to the issue of the enclosure itself, given a bunch of thought to this, and what I think the real issue is that we want to promote a visible connection to other pedestrian activity on the sidewalk, to life happening in the street, in our urban environment. And the way we do that is through a visual connection. So just yesterday, I was thinking at lunch in somebody's parklet, at what point am I able to make contact with somebody walking across the street, or are they able to see me? And when we're seated at a chair, our eye level is approximately 42 inches, 6 inches above a countertop height. And so to me, establishing the barrier height at about 36 inches is the right thing to do. Anything above that starts to block that visual connection. And that's what makes the parklets feel like private indoor dining spaces, which is what I believe we're not trying to accommodate. So I think the enclosure height should be limited to 36 inches, maybe plus or minus 2 inches, something like that. For that very important reason, that we need to connect and promote this visual connection to the rest of the activity on the street and back and forth. You want to be able to see people from within the parklet as well. So I think 42 inches is too high for that. And I respond to, again, section B1D or something, where they're talking about complying with the building code for guardrails. I think that's just grossly inappropriate. The guardrail standard is a very different safety reason that it exists. And when you put that in here, you're implying that that's what you're trying to do. For example, the rule about a 4-inch sphere not being able to pass through the guardrail comes out of an assessment of the 95th percentile of American babies' diameter of a baby's head. You don't want them crawling through this railing and falling over a staircase. That's great, that code works. It used to be 6 inches because that was the 95th percentile. None of that applies to parklets. And so we shouldn't bring in that kind of code. I understand where it's convenient to have it here, but it's not a good justification. And instead we should be looser probably. It's okay if they have a 12-inch spacing in a parklet perhaps. I don't think we should prohibit the use of aluminum as a material. There's quite a few beautifully made aluminum materials. I question how much color restriction we really need to have. I'm not sure it's the color that creates the carnival-like sense of dissonance up and down the street as much as it is the design. And a lot of it really is these big wedding tent structures. Most businesses want to make something that's attractive, and most streets don't have a unified sense of design already. So I'm not opposed to asking for neutral tones and things, but I think Board Member Rosenberg brought up a good point about it. Well, how do you regulate that? If it's a brightly colored series of sofas, that's lovely. We want to have that. And you just hate to see rules made just that are difficult. So I'll sum it up. My critical points are: 1, to integrate and consider bike parking and access from the street by pedestrians back and forth through these parklets. 2, visibility is critical. You've got to be able to see people on the street. They have to be able to see you. And that comes best, I think, by keeping the height at about 36 inches. My third point, I didn't talk about too much, but I think the vegetation is critical as being part of this enclosed area. So asking for every 6 feet or so to have a barrier with vegetation is a good idea. Just looking at almost every parklet that I think is successful has some measure of vegetation growing at the edges. And I think that, well, that could be accomplished with other design elements. Vegetation is an easy one. It makes for a very enforceable standard. It's also really just a good thing for us to be promoting in the urban paved environment. So I'm very comfortable leaving and stressing that vegetation is important. I really would like to see language like no tent-like structures allowed. Even if it's perhaps difficult to enforce, it makes it really clear, and you don't want to have staff feel their hands are tied when somebody finds a clever way to get around it. Just call it what it is and say it. It's really important to allow either a broader spectrum of design professionals or to not restrict the application or require the application to be signed off by design professionals. And then my last thing, which is really going to be the big challenge for us, is what level of weather protection do you allow between the top of the enclosure and the underside of the roof, that stretch between about 3 feet and 9 feet or 8 feet. So yesterday, sitting over I was having lunch at Nola's, and they have a series of plexiglass barriers up above that. So it does meet that visual transparency requirement. And just speaking to them briefly, they explain that, you know, when the wind blows, it's just critical to have these things to make the outdoor dining experience proper. I know in the winter, it gets really chilly and they're heating it like crazy, but still it doesn't always work. The trade-off is when you put a series of sunshades or slats, it really does affect the visual aspect of this. And so it's a trade-off, whether the business needs to be able to create an enclosed dining area to make it an attractive dining area versus the public's interest in having these spaces be a part of the open public environment. I don't quite know where to land. Probably something along the lines of some sort of temporary shade that's reasonably transparent, say 50% might be appropriate. But I think we have to allow something, but we want to be very careful that it's not too much that you get this permanent sense of blockage. And it has to be something that can be clearly put out that staff can enforce. The restaurants are very quick to do what they please. They're so focused on their immediate financial return for good reason. And the staff doesn't have the bandwidth to enforce complicated things. In any case, thanks for indulging me. That's the sum of my notes here.
Thank you. Who'd like to go next? You'd like to go next, Board Member Chen?
Okay, I'll go next. So I think similar to what Board Member Bolte just brought up about the bicycle storage, we could also use the space between the parklet as to put like sitting areas or the bench so that the pedestrian who are not in the parklet, they can still use the space to stop and take a rest. And also I agree with the other board members about the colors. So basically the parklet is the extension of the business from the inside to outside. So color-wise, I agree that we can go with the neutral color and maybe limit it to 3 or certain number of colors to just permanent structures. But for the like for decorative stuff, like the pillows, the cushions, maybe we could have more flexibility to have the business owners to choose, like to bring some colors they use for their interior design to brought it up, continue to the outside. I think it makes sense. And then also for the customers, they will not get lost of which parklet belongs to certain business. And I think we also need to be careful about the all weatherproof, like, because we have several months during the raining season. So how can we still make the parklet usable? Some kind of shade and also side protection, I think it is necessary. I think that's it.
Thank you. Who would like to go next? Board Member Rosenberg?
Sure. I feel like I'm going to echo a bit here. Again, just sort of starting off with the colors, I fully agree with Board Member Chen that the permanent structures maybe should be having some of the restrictions for the amount of colors and the variety of colors. I think that anything soft, anything sort of as a cushion, I'm honestly thinking of the chocolatier over in downtown Palo Alto, where they've got these beautiful bright magenta cushions and they've got these star lamps hanging from above, and everything just feels alive. And I really would hate to see every single one of these sort of start to mimic each other and look very bland. So I would really support allowing the businesses to make those decisions for themselves when it comes to soft or accent fixtures. Anything that's sort of permanent, yeah, okay, I can see the need for keeping that a little bit more restricted and more neutral tone. Also echoing Board Member Balte, I think that aluminum should absolutely be allowed. I think it's a high quality product. It can look very attractive. It's inexpensive in a lot of cases. And I think restricting that would be a mistake. I do support restricting vinyl. I think that is, as Board Member Balte said, ends up looking very tent-like. The other one that I sort of have an issue with is on the, I'll find the first part of this. Parklet design, number A, platform, coming down to roofs of 4, and then coming down C, materials. I of that one is rooftop material, and this is on packet page 32. So C materials, number 1, rooftop material may be of plywood sheathing, polycarbonate sheets, or sheet metal. I would also encourage that plywood sheathing not be left bare. I think that would create a very sort of construction zone appearance, and I'd be a little concerned about that being an allowable finish material to just say plywood sheathing. So whether it's painted or stained or some type of treatment to it, that could be attractive, but I think just plywood bare screams construction zone to me. In that same vein, I think that the fabric roofing should be allowed. I think that having a sunshade, especially something of canvas or some type of translucent fixture, especially when sort of strung between a frame, a tensile structure, could be, again, very attractive. I fully support if that needs to be with the condition that there are no space heaters allowed. So umbrella and fabric roof, not allowed to have a space heater. That seems fair. And then the applicant can make the decision, but I would rather have a sunshade over a space that maybe wouldn't have anything versus not allowing it at all. And that is, again, a more economic way to provide some shade and some shelter. So I would be a little disappointed if the fabric roofing was maintained to be not allowed. Going down to the slope, I think that absolutely, again, on the same page, page 32, number 6, accessibility, I think that there should be added in that there should be a maximum slope. Typically we have 2 to 5% for slope and drainage away from houses, for example. So maintaining a maximum slope at that point, because if they want to have a slight slope running off to the side, fine, but a maximum slope should be included. I agree that the requirement for having structural engineering is gross overstep. I think a lot of times these people can go to a landscape store and literally buy a prefab pergola and set that up. And those can be actually quite attractive, quite high quality material. And there would be no need for any type of drawings or calculations in those scenarios. And I think we should allow that and encourage that can be done quickly and efficiently. And in regards to quickly and efficiently, and I apologize, I'm jumping a little bit back and forth here. The concept that someone has to upgrade their electrical meter for tens of thousands of dollars to get the electrical outlets here does have me a little concerned. I understand why the propane is sort of not appreciated to be used. However, I can't tell you how many places I've gone to where they have the propane ones, where it's the overhead heaters that looks like a little sort of metal mushroom, or whether it's the one that looks like a fire cone. And I think that those are attractive and useful. And I would fully encourage having the propane, again, under certain restrictions that they are required to be locked up in an appropriate manner at night. But I think not allowing the propane is a problem. And I think if you do require all electrical, you need to have a streamlined process for people to be able to upgrade their electrical panels to be compliant. This can't be something where they're taking $50,000 in 6 months to get an electrical upgrade if they need to have heating supplies for their people outside. So for what that's worth, I think there should be a path to a streamlined electrical upgrade there. Last few comments and I'll wrap up. The the 4-inch sphere, again, I agree with board member Balte. 36 inches, I agreed with board member Balte, that those are sort of oversteps. They're not necessary. As long as it's an attractive barrier with planting every 6 feet, I think that that's more than enough. I do appreciate that the periodic barrier is between 36 and 42, giving people that allowable space. And then I think that is the last of my comments. Yeah, just going back to fixtures and furnishings, again, I think aluminum should be allowed. And then heaters may not be used with umbrellas. Those are the last comments I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Vice Chair Hirsch?
Well, I think we've covered almost everything. So all we can do is repeat what everybody else has said here. Except that, you know, when people come to restaurants, they come in different numbers at different times and they need places to stand and wait. And that 4-foot area, I guess, is useful as suggested, perhaps a seating area within there could be considered as well as a possibility. Or that the area should be increased. Maybe you do consider that possibility so that there's more place to congregate while waiting for your seat at the restaurant, especially, you know, if there's smaller ones and they fill up right away. I think the other suggestions, especially initially made by Mr. Balte or Commissioner Balte, are all pretty reasonable. Of course, you have to create access for utility issues like the areas within the street where you have to get a sewer line or remove a top of such a utility. So I'm not sure how that works out technically between the agency and the applicant here. I know it has to be kept open, but you'd like to use some of that space. So that's a workout, I think, between the owners and the city as to the need for it and the flexibility of keeping them open. I absolutely agree with everybody else's aesthetic comments here, you know, that the pillows should be the temporary fabrics and whatever should be allowed to be more flexible, that the lighting should be a choice of the owner. And there should be great variety to that to create kind of a sense of whatever it is that they want to achieve, either the same design as the restaurant itself as a consistency, or a different kind of a place on the outside to represent the fact that it's an open area, and like a bazaar or like a place of special meaning for them, different from the restaurant. The other issues, I think, have just been addressed by everybody here. And I think that the layout of the principles here are very, very well done, as everything that I think that we have stated so far is really more decorative and more flexibility to allow an owner to make something very special out of the outdoor space. But I think between our suggestions and your document here, it's very well covered now. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Hirsch. Okay, well, I mostly agree with what's been said. I'm going to throw out some other concepts for my fellow board members to consider. The first thing I wrote here was that we should not restrict color at all, period. Whether it's permanent, whether it's not permanent, whether it's live load, whether it's dead load. You guys know what I mean. You know, every time I read the whole black, beige, neutral colors, it just made me think of a future that was so bleak. And these parklets are kind of, I mean, it's exciting to see the kind of expression that, our local community has like done on these spaces. And I don't think there's anything wrong in, the extension of a restaurant's design brought out and have that integrated into a really nicely designed park. And we have other things that we're limiting, right? That would prevent this thing from looking carnival-y. The whole no tent-like structures. What's interesting about that is that there is actually a really nice tent-like structure on Castro Street in front of the grapevine. It's really big, so maybe that's why it's nice, is because it's like a really huge space. And for a tiny park, I can understand a parklet. I can understand that wouldn't translate very nicely. And it's not like it's like a fabric. It's like a fabric covering. It's really, really nice. So I can be okay with this tent-like thing only because we're talking about a very small space. But I want to ask our board members to consider that we should not restrict color at all, that neutral tones will make our space extremely boring and won't allow for individual creativity. And I think I'm okay encouraging wood and like biophilic materials. I think that's a good thing, but to encourage things like taupe and beige, like we don't want to look at that all the time. Nobody does. That's not natural. For a downtown vibrant space. And I agree that it should have a relationship to the storefront. The note on the lights also, string lights are really cute, but there was a comment about the lights that felt really restrictive in the standards. And there is, I don't know what store it is, but there's a parklet in downtown that has chandeliers, and it's so cool. It's so cool. Like we want that kind of creativity, right? We want to be in a place and be like, oh my God, this place is so cool, right? And we have to be careful of these kind of standards that would restrict something great like chandeliers, which, isn't a focused light, but we should allow for that creativity. So I put to the rest of this board that we should consider that. The next thing is about this wheel stop and reflective delineator. They are very ugly. I understand that they're a common practice or whatever, but we're dealing with something that will be really nicely designed. And I wonder if there's some flexibility to achieve the same things that these achieve, but make it nicer. This diagram that we're all looking at here on page 17 that sort of show, the wheel stop and the delineator. And I love the idea of incorporating seating into that or incorporating bike parking into that. And assuming, like in this diagram, if the bike parking is right adjacent, maybe there's a bench right adjacent, that area could be something else that's really cool. It could be a big planter that has that sturdiness for a wheel stop, and it could have a reflective line that does that. And I wonder if that's an option. Like, I want to sort of ask, I forgot to ask staff if that's an option, but maybe we can talk about it as a board and see if we're into that. We need to consider like these really standard city things that we're so used to seeing all the time are rough on the eyeballs. Like even when we were talking about Cal Ave and all of these like roadblock barriers with these like, these orange and fence things, those don't look nice. And we need to ask our city to do better for the environment, the aesthetic environment. There was a comment or there was a sort of blank space in the standards about a standard parking space size. I do think those vary from like 9 by 20 or 8 by 18. So I don't know if staff is asking us to fill that for them. But I guess that's sort of a little detail. I would encourage staff to consider other uses other than dining, like lounging, like other, even, I might encourage staff to consider non-food and beverage retailers to allow for parklets. Fashion boutique could have really cool, they could use the parklet to have some of their clothes outside. It could create a really vibrant space. For the diagram that board member Balte was expressing praise for, I do praise that there is a diagram. Its line weights need a lot of work. This diagram is actually terrible in terms of line weights. So I don't know if we can work with someone to better draw this diagram so that not everything is a thick line. And then I would also, another item I wrote here is the concept of amplified sound. I know there's a restriction on this, but some of the best spaces that I've passed through in my life have amplified sound. The music of the restaurant kind of carries into the parklet. And there might be like restrictions on like maybe the sound goes away at 10 p.m. or whatever on a weekend. But music is good for the soul and it's good for streets. I was passing through New Orleans not too long ago, and you just go block to block and it's just different sound space. And, if there is an amplified sound, we might encourage live sound. But sound is a good thing for downtown spaces, I think. And then going back to what staff had really asked us to talk about. So I'll go backwards. The vegetation, I do encourage us to include that as part of the standards, even though not everyone has a green thumb. Even dirt is sometimes nice to look at, truthfully, better than something that's not there at all. So I would encourage that. And then I would also agree that having a side, wind screen is important. I agree with Board Member Balte about the transparency. So that seems to be that we're all on the same page for that, which is good. Let's see, anything else? Yeah, no tarp, no tarps or plastic, so soft plastic materials. Fabric roofs, I could support that. Yeah, I could support it. I think a person who's running a restaurant would have to ask themselves about weather protection if it rains, what their solution is for that. But if they choose to do that, I don't see anything wrong with that. And then I would also agree with Board Member Rosenberg about the propane heating elements. If I think it's something that, yes, we're looking to transition at some point to electric. And so maybe there's a timeline or something, but there is something aesthetically really nice about the fire cones. And, if we use gas anywhere, maybe that's the right place and we don't use it anywhere else. So there's something to consider there. Let's see. Okay, so I'm going to stop there. And I kind of just want to ask my fellow board members specifically how they feel about color again.
Chair Thompson.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to interrupt. I did want to respond to just a few of the items that were mentioned, just
Okay.
To give a little bit of context.
Yeah.
So, there are a kind of safety elements that have been proposed here that certainly we can carry forward to City Council, your suggestions and motions, but I think that staff would be reluctant to support them. So wheel stops, delineators are safety measures to help prevent any vehicle, should it go awry, from crashing into the parklet, or if there are still parking spaces adjacent to a parklet that, when someone's parallel parking, they don't back into or run forward into the parklet. Similar delineators in the travel lane side to make sure that folks at night can be aware that there's an object there. Just like when you are passing by a car, it has reflective lights that you can see when your car light hits their light. So I don't think staff will be supportive of removing those. Similarly, that 4-foot buffer zone is meant to have that area be free and not have people certainly sitting there. I can check with our Office of Transportation if bike parking would be an exception. Certainly when people are parking their bike there, they would be in it, but they wouldn't be lingering there. So I don't think seating in that area would be supported. It is meant not to have anything in that buffer zone and that location. And similarly with the structural engineering, that was only intended for roofs to understand the wind load and to make sure that the wind load can be supported by that particular element. Certainly if there was something that was pre-manufactured, a cut sheet about the proper installation of that element and how it can handle wind, would suffice. And so certainly if it's a prefab, I think it's different if they are building a parklet from the ground up. That's why that is there, but not for any of the other aspects of the parklet. Like if you just have a platform and a railing, you shouldn't need to get any design professional to help you. And then just the last two things, the 36 inches, certainly can take that back to Public Works and our building folks. But the 42 inches and the sphere were supported. I mean, kids could be here just as kids could be anywhere. And so having these, just as we want these to be accessible for patrons who need accessible needs, we would like them to be safe for children to occupy as well. And so that's why these are here. So happy to take back whatever the board recommends, but did want to just point out. And similarly with the lighting, part of it is directionality. Again, you have a roadway here, and so you don't want lights shining into the eyes of motorists who are driving by at night. And so that's part of the rationale of having the directionality for the lighting.
Thank you. I had a question about the road stop and the delineator. Is it possible to achieve those things in other means other than those form factors? To still meet the design intent of stopping a car and providing a reflective thing for motorists?
For the reflective delineators, I don't believe there really is, because it's both that it needs to be floating out from, so you could put like reflectors on the enclosure, but the intent is to have that 2-foot buffer zone and that the delineator is delineating where that zone is. And so it would need to be something that can be affixed to the roadway and not attached to the parklet. So maybe there's another solution, but it would similarly be a traffic vehicle safety device. So it's not, I mean, just like a yellow vest that folks wear for safety, it may not be attractive, but it meets the need of providing safety. It's not for aesthetic purposes. As far as the wheel stop area, there could be planters. I think planters are allowed to be there. There are, again, very heavy traffic safety devices, which we did not propose or require. Those, again, would not be attractive typically in that area. And the wheel stop is still recommended. Again, that's from our Office of Transportation. And I don't know, Sophie, if NACTO had that in their standards as well, but I believe NACTO, which is something we look to and develop standards to help cities, did support having the wheel stops as part of the safety measure.
And I could also just chime in and say that every city that we looked at had the wheel stops and delineators as well. So I do think it is a transportation requirement, but we can certainly ask if it can be fulfilled through some other physical means.
Thank you.
Question on that, because a wheel stop is based on a certain size, based on the certain size car, of course. Suppose the actual cars that are on the perimeter of these parklets are only used by smaller cars. We have different size wheel stops based on the size of the car, and you can only have a small car in that area next to it, which would allow a greater area between the parklet and the vehicle. Is that, have you explored that, or could you explore that? I think it's very important what's been stated here, that both you're going to have activity at these restaurants, and it's going to have more people. They're going to be on perhaps narrow sidewalks. They have to have a place to stay. You can't just sort of forget them. They're there. That we say you want to keep an 8-foot sidewalk clear. And sometimes there's objects that are in the way. Certainly there's a lot of movement that happens back and forth from the restaurant. So you need to really deal with this issue. It's an issue that will occur for sure. And so I think that the suggestions are that the areas really have to be made more useful in the perimeters of the parklets.
I certainly understand that. I don't see any real possibility that staff would support people being in that 4-foot area. And I don't believe, again, as Sophie said, we looked at many cities. I don't believe staff will support not having delineators, not having the wheel stops for safety. So reasonable people can disagree, but we're not supportive of that.
Can I chime in, please? I believe Chair Thompson was asking, not that we don't have wheel stops. Nobody here is saying we don't want that safety feature, but rather to allow an applicant the opportunity to provide an alternate design solution. There's other ways to prevent vehicles from crashing into a parklet. Why not just put a line in the code or acceptable alternative? That gives the opportunity for an applicant to be creative. If they want to go through the hassle of proving to transportation that they've met that goal, let them do it.
We can ask the Office of Transportation if that's acceptable, that, we could have, alternatives considered on a case by case basis. But that does get away from a streamlined review process.
I'd be willing to guarantee you that's actually in the code. Right at the beginning, it says the building official can accept an alternate process.
This is not a building permit. This is a public works permit that will be routed to other departments. And so again, and similarly, you recently wanted to not have a certain thing that was taken from the building code. So I think what we're trying to do is create a program that threads together these different disciplines in as streamlined and simple to meet standards as possible. And we research other cities. So again, happy to have the debate and the dialogue. And I'll be perfectly frank, part of what we really wanted was the feedback on some of the aesthetic standards. So we didn't bring our folks to talk about safety standards today. And so I'm a little bit unable to speak directly, but I know we've talked extensively as staff about this and just don't want you to be surprised if, as we're transmitting to council, we're saying staff are not supportive of this and want to just have that conversation here.
Thank you. I don't think any of us are interested in discussing the safety standard. We all support and want these safety standards to be fully implemented and in effect. We're just looking for the opportunity to do alternative aesthetic means of meeting that standard. And in that effect, I support completely what Chair Thompson was saying.
Yes, we're trying to stay in the realm of aesthetics. Did you have a comment, Board Member Chen?
Yeah. Okay, can I add one more thing? I think we should somehow to regulate or limit the size of the parklet for each of the business, because there are always new business coming. So we can, in that way, we can provide equal opportunities for business owners so that each one have a opportunity to have some outdoor space. And also, as what Chair Thompson just brought up, maybe we could have similar program for those retail business owners to use this to use the space in front of their storefront to do maybe outdoor sale or outdoor display, things like that. So yeah, so that's my comment about the size of the parklet. Thank you.
I'd like to point out to that comment that the parklets aren't free space. The city is required to meet parking requirements. They have to have a certain number of parking spaces. And already every parklet that's allowed puts the city further in a deficit as far as having sufficient parking. And so this is really a decision for the city council to decide whether you want other retailers to use these kind of public spaces, or in reality, whether they're going to charge some sort of a lease fee for them. So I want to be very careful that we don't just jump down the direction of everybody should have a parklet. We just have more outdoor space. It's all wonderful, but there's a significant price. I know the council is very concerned about the loss of parking places because there's pressure to build a bunch of parking garages downtown, which I don't think we want to see either. So when you take away the parking spaces, it has to come from something.
Yeah, I think we can take a closer look at that more and regulate it more carefully, but I think my point is it is important to limit the size of the parklet for the business owners. Maybe it's related to their floor area or the storefront length. That way it can still provide parking.
Yeah, the city council may want to consider that as part of who gets to have a parklet.
I think I read in the standard currently, it says a minimum of 2 parallel parking spots.
Yeah, I would also comment that it seems to be that it should be in alignment with its own facade, with the exception that you're allowed to sort of encroach in your neighbor's turf once you have their permission. This seems pretty straightforward to me. If you've got a specific storefront, you can match your storefront and maybe a little bit of wiggle room to the left or right, but that's about it. So it does seem like there is an account for that already.
To that effect, I was wondering if we would consider asking staff to not give the adjacent store owner complete veto power, but rather have it be one of those situations where if there's a disagreement, staff might render a judgment. I can easily imagine some storefront right next to a popular restaurant, just not liking that restaurant. And maybe it has that store is only open in the morning, the restaurant's only open at night. It seems to me that, again, the standard shouldn't be so absolute that there's not room for staff to exercise judgment.
I would agree with that as well.
Any thoughts on that? I think, yeah, I feel like the letter is important. I don't want to discount the importance of the support of a neighbor. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure about that one.
Yeah. Sort of to get away from this particular topic and onto another one, I want to say that I support Chair Thompson's ideas of color and lighting, and not to be restrictive by 3 colors. I think we need more bazaars in the street, more wonderful experiences, and color is really important in this. And lighting is really important. So give them freedom, let them be.
Yeah, I support the just not restricting color whatsoever, or form of lighting or anything like that. I written that note to myself, wasn't sure how that was going to fly. Can I shift to something slightly different?
I have a quick question about the lighting, because we did hear Ms. Tanner say about vehicular consideration of vehicles, and I guess, I guess in terms of that, because the chandeliers are super cool, and I would want them to stay. And I guess I wonder if there's provisions of like, if we do have, sort of omnidirectional light, should there be some kind of shade on the top or something for motorists? I do think those, I feel like people that drive on University are also bombarded by all kinds of light, like the twinkle lights that are around the trees. And so I don't know how much the omnidirectional light is actually a problem.
I do wonder if we might be able to identify like a strength of the light or some other way to measure it so that it could be omnidirectional, but only to a certain level of brightness, in some way that, folks can, understand and use. That might be a way to kind of have a middle ground.
Yeah, I could do like a 5-foot candle minimum. I guess we would need a maximum, wouldn't we?
So what I was going to move on to is relevant to this, because I'm not on the issue of the lighting. I'm just not sure we have a problem. And I think we're trying to regulate something that I've yet to see a parklet that actually has a bright enough light that poses a hazard to vehicles, especially vehicles moving less than 25 miles an hour through a dense urban area. And I think this might be a case of where the transportation department is just overthinking at the expense of design quality of life. And until we start to see an issue, I just don't see why we would spend any time at all trying to regulate light. I also think that's just impossible to enforce. And for an applicant, a simple restaurant owner to start proving the foot candles, the photoluminescent factors of their lights is just an incredible burden. Just let them put the chandelier up. It's just not going to bother anybody. So what I wanted to point out,
I'm convinced. Yes.
What I was hoping to point out is that I find throughout this code a series of mixes of other code items that I find concerning. For example, on the electric lighting again, there's a whole series of things about extension cords. And I've observed in many parklets that they string extension cords in a very haphazard manner, and they overload them tremendously with the electric heaters. And I think we have a very robust California electric code based on the National Electric Code. And we should just enforce that code. The code amply covers these situations. If an applicant wants to put lights, they have to meet the electric code. If they want to run extension cords or not, they have to meet the electric code. The fire marshal has ample ways of enforcing with restaurants on private outdoor patios how electrics are run, how gas pieces are used. And we already have the codes in place for that. When you start to wrap them into this code here, where it's talking in detail about electric stuff, for example, under the section 4 on lighting on packet page 36, there's a whole bunch of details about how they're trying to do a lights outside. And I think you could interpret that as saying, well, I'm going to get around the National Electric Code and instead run these lights off a series of extension cords with certain power strips, et cetera. And I don't see why we would want to even go into that realm. It's quite regulated and quite carefully done by a lot of people who've thought about it a lot. Just follow the code.
I think the reason, sorry, Member Balte, is that people have done that now. So folks do run extension cords and plug all manner of electric appliances into them to service their parklets. And so
Right.
this is part of why we have it in the standards, to try to prevent that condition from recurring.
Yeah, and I guess with all respect, I think you're encouraging it by implying that it's allowed. It's just plain not allowed to run these kind of lights on extension cords. And my experience shows me that they're really quite dangerous.
I think that the intent, which is a good thing in terms of it clearly it's not reading correctly, was that once someone has run power to their parklet, if they have a receptacle, that they then have an extension cord that's like, say, plugging in their twinkle lights or something like that. If they only have like 2 outlets in the receptacle versus, or they need to run something to the other end of the parklet versus having the conduit, because it can only come over at one point. And so we're trying to figure out how to allow them to use that receptacle for the length of the parklet. So maybe there's a better way to communicate what we're intending.
I'm sure the electric code has a standard for how to do that on their own private patio, and it should be no different.
Okay, thank you. That's great feedback.
I think the same should apply to the use of space heaters, that we have a code in our city about how those can be used on private patios, and I don't see why it would be any different. They're extremely dangerous. The storage of propane is critical, and whether or not restaurants follow it is important, but I don't think we need to wrap that into this standard. Rather, just say, let's follow the standard that's applying currently. The same thing applies to whether we want restaurants to use gas for heating outdoor spaces. It's tremendously wasteful. It increases our carbon footprint dramatically. And that's a large political discussion for the city to undertake. It shouldn't be included in a design standard of this nature, I believe. So I think, again, if we could just leave the space heaters under whatever currently regulates them for outdoor spaces, I'd feel much more comfortable.
I have a question about this overhead electrical stuff. Initially, I had thought, and maybe I've seen this in the past, where people actually run it on the ground. They'll kind of put a little, ease up, ease down cover over the wires. My thinking right now is if we're having conduit and wires coming overhead, what does that look like? Like, are we kind of encouraging all of our restaurant facades to have this kind of exposed conduit thing sticking out of their property and then coming down onto a parklet?
I think that's a good subject for us to take under discussion. My opinion is that we ought to ask them to put the conduit under the sidewalk. It's not that difficult to cut the sidewalk and put the conduit in. Sidewalks are cut all the time for all manners of reasons. There's existing code and process procedure. It's not a big deal. And otherwise, you're absolutely right, Chair Thompson. The cords are draped over the sidewalk at this 10-foot height. There's this wire stretching across the sidewalk, and it's not attractive. It's oftentimes, you don't notice it, but it's not that attractive. I suspect it's also not that safe. Especially if you're trying to run electric space heaters, it's just not realistic. You're going to run a wire sufficiently large to properly power those things across the air. And I very much doubt that meets the electric code. And again, I think we should these are safety issues. We have established codes that work, follow them. I think if an applicant wants to put such heavy power that for their parklet, they should do it under the sidewalk in a safe manner, like everybody else would have to do.
So, okay, so I realize we've spent a considerable amount of time on this, and we do have 3 more items as well. And so I wonder, it seems like, and correct me if I'm wrong, board members, that maybe we're not ready to approve this today. But I wonder if, I think there was a big laundry list of suggestions that I've written down that I could repeat, but I wonder if folks would be amenable that maybe we create a subcommittee that could work with staff to kind of convey these really specific comments. And that we sort of, I could summarize everything that we've talked about today, which I have it written down here. I kind of want to ask staff, is that something you would like, or would you like me to summarize all of our comments?
Well, I've been taking notes during the conversation. So what I need to do is to convey kind of the synthesis of the dialogue today in the At Places memo that will go to City Council. And I think perhaps I think that's like the most immediate thing for Monday's council discussion, and then that will be integrated in SAT discussion. Regarding a subcommittee, assuming the council, let's say they do give us more time, then I think that would be appropriate and could be helpful. And perhaps I would convey, if that is the consensus of the board, that if the extension is granted, then there might be a subcommittee of ARB members to work on it. But I'm not sure if I captured if that was what you were asking.
Yeah, that's a good point. Okay, well, maybe let's take a few straw polls really quick, just to kind of get whole board consensus on some items that we've heard. So one item is the color. So something was brought up about not restricting color at all. And I heard multiple opinions about that. Can we just take a quick straw poll to see if that is something the board would support? Board Member Chen?
Yes.
Okay. Vice Chair Hirsch?
Yes.
Board Member Balte?
Sure, yes.
And Board Member Rosenberg?
I'm odd man out. I'm going to say no.
You're going to say no? Okay. Would you like, oh, well, I'll say yes.
I'm happy to just explain. I think that the permanent structures, I could see this going wildly chaotic. And we've had conversations at previous meetings where, with housing, with storefronts, I mean, we regulate colors all the time. And I think that I understand the bleak concern. And that's why I think that having soft furnishings and allowable accent colors is great. I don't think it should be a free for all. I think that's where I would have a concern with it, because I think it could get very chaotic very quickly, especially from parklet to parklet to parklet. So I'm inclined to say any permanent structure of whether it's the pergola or a wall retaining, that should be still neutral. Anything inside, tables, chairs, cushions, whatever, that could be much more wide open. But that would be where my vote would lie.
Yeah, it does take an element of trust.
Yeah.
But so far, storefronts seem to do well. Okay, so that's your board's sort of majority on that item. There is sort of another item about lights, about also not limiting directionality for lighting, I think. Am I saying that right?
I would be happy to say, I think that that there should be no restriction on lighting, with maybe the possible exception of omnidirectional flood lighting should be still dissuaded. But beyond that, yeah, they should have a lot more freedom with what they want to do with lighting.
Okay, yeah, I can support that as well. So let's say, yeah, with the exception of sort of, yeah, flood lighting that would be detrimental to motorists. There shouldn't be any restriction on ambient lighting. Okay, so we heard from Board Member Rosenberg, Board Member
I
Balte,
support that, yes.
Vice Chair Hirsch,
Yes.
Board Member Chen.
Yes.
Great. Okay, so there was some discussion about the setbacks. I'll sort of loop in the wheel stop, the reflective delineator, the use of setbacks. We've heard from staff that things cannot happen in there. Is there any kind of, I'm trying to think if there's anything that this group would like to sort of state as a.
I mean, I love the concept of allowing for a bicycle parking area, and maybe it's just as simple as, here's your 4-foot walking path, and right next to it there's an additional 4-foot walking path, or 4-foot bike parking path, or 5-foot bike parking path, and we just regulate how often those need to occur. Maybe it's not at every single parklet, maybe it's at every other, but just keep the 4-foot, add an additional allowance for bike parking.
I don't think that's sufficient for the real situation of the gathering of people waiting for seats at the outdoor restaurant. I think we need to provide that area for the possibility that people will be standing there and deal with that. We need to create some kind of a barrier to the street that continues in some way. The line of the barrier within the parklet, and that delineates where pedestrians can, and people waiting for restaurants can queue prior to being able to be seated. So I think it really needs to be a part of the document here, as how the perimeters are used. The outside is clearly defined as something that has to be a dimension away from the car traffic and protected in that way. So this area will be used, and it should be defined in the parklet descriptions.
So maybe our direction is that if staff gets this extension, that we would encourage them to study this perimeter setback, both programmatically and aesthetically.
Yes.
Would the board support that? Let's put that up for a straw poll. Board Member Chen,
Yes, I support it.
Vice Chair Hirsch,
Yes.
Board Member Malte,
Sure, yes.
Board Member Rosenberg.
Yes.
Okay, I will also support that. Okay,
Can
there's
I'm sorry, Ozma. It just occurred to me that the parking and the bicycles and stuff is, think of it this way. If a restaurant came into us and said, we want to double the space we have for seating patrons in our restaurant, we might reasonably say you need to provide additional bicycle parking. So why is it that we're not considering the increased bicycle parking requirements when restaurants increase their dining areas? It seems to me just logical that if a restaurant wants to create a parklet, maybe we should ask them to provide additional bicycle parking. That has to be provided in the same fashion a restaurant would have to do it anyway. And you could extend that to what Board Member Hirsch is saying as well, that effectively parklets allow restaurants to increase the size of their dining room, which has a whole bunch of other things that we would normally regulate. So just food for thought.
okay, something to study when it is studied.
Part of the study.
Okay, there was a comment about visibility above 36 inches. So I guess I'll frame this as, does the board support visibility but allowable enclosure, I guess, above 36 inches?
Yeah, I'd like to speak to that. I agree that the solid element of the should be only 36 inches. And you have to keep into account that you also asked in the packet here for planters to happen. So the planting is likely to exceed that dimension. Certainly if you have 42 inches, it's going to be considerably higher if you have planters, if they're planters as well. So I think it's really important to keep the solid element at 36.
I'd like to speak to that as well and really reinforce to my colleagues that I believe staff's interpretation of the purpose for the guardrail requirement in the building code is inappropriate in this case. And we should push back strongly and say that 36 inches or something close to that, a slight variation if necessary, is quite important in this situation.
Yes.
These are public outdoor dining spaces on public land.
Yeah,
And to allow
I
us
can't
to
see the reason for a guardrail here at all.
Yeah.
Except in the areas in between, if you're going to have a problem with that, but I don't see it at all. No,
It's really the issue of the height. If you need a
It's
4-inch
just-
sphere spacing, fine, but the height is critical to me.
Height is critical, and I don't think it's really a guardrail issue, a code issue that way.
Let's put that in our straw poll, Ozma.
Okay. so-
Yeah, agreed. I think a guardrail is really the intent and use of a guardrail is when you have a height change of more than 21 inches. So the fact that there's a zero issue here, there's a 0-inch change in difference. It's a totally
Unnecessary.
different use case.
Okay, so the straw poll is to sort of change the verbiage to 36 inches instead of 42 inches. We can retain the 4-inch sphere in between.
I would argue the 4-inch sphere is also still too restrictive. I understand the need for child protection, but I can totally imagine a farm themed something where they just have a big X through the middle, and I think that's fine. I think that's sufficient there. It's not a grade change, so I don't think that having the guardrail in its entirety
Not necessarily.
is a necessary requirement.
All right, we'll strike it. So so 36 inches, but
Perimeter wall,
solid
solid
element. And then above which visibility would be allowed. And a solid element could continue beyond, potentially for a windscreen condition.
Yes.
No, I think we should
Can I
separate the windscreen issue.
Separate them?
Those are separate issues in my.
Okay.
separate issue.
All right, we'll keep them separate.
Sorry, can I understand the solid, right now, the whether it's 36 or 42 inches, there's the periodic barrier, but it doesn't have to be solid. Do you want it to be solid?
No,
Or, oh, okay. Sorry, I just want to make sure I understand.
sorry, it would just be the height of the periodic barrier, I guess. Thank you
Yeah,
for clarifying.
section B1C, where it says the periodic barrier shall measure at least, still in discussion, XX in height or in width and no higher than 42 inches. We'd like that 42-inch number to be 36 inches.
Okay, so that's up for the straw poll.
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to start on my left. Board Member Chen,
Yes.
Yes.
Chair Hirsch, Board Member Malte.
Yes.
Board Member Rosenberg,
Yes.
and I'm a yes too. Okay, let's talk about this other item about the windscreen or side covering above 36 inches.
If I could make a quick comment on it.
Go ahead.
I think that having a clear plexi, something solid, not a flimsy plastic above that where the translucency is there, it's sort of permanently affixed, that feels fine. If you're going to do something that has more translucent issues like a sunscreen, something for shade where it's maybe 50% transparency, I think those are two different issues and they should be potentially regulated differently. Clear plexi up, stays up, permanent. Something like a sunshade, maybe it's allowable to roll down when it's sunny or rainy or windy, and then it gets rolled back up the rest of the time. But I would caution that something that's truly completely transparent versus translucent are two different situations and maybe should be handled slightly differently.
Okay, well, I guess let's, we can separate it and just maybe suggest transparent. Well, let's do transparent and then decide a translucent percentage and have that be sort of what's on the table.
I'd like to comment on it too,
Yeah.
because you have two situations here. You have looking out and you have looking in. People on the street side are taller. The privacy of the people at tables could be an issue, certainly in a higher class restaurant outside. You're going to want to feel of, the owner's going to want the feel of more privacy. And so the issue is 100% transparency or partial transparency. And I think it should be left up to the owner to make that decision, really. What that, and there should be some opportunity that it could be one or both.
I guess the query is, would we want to allow completely opaque?
Yes, that is the issue.
Yes. So we were talking about potentially transparent or translucent, but maybe we flip this question and say, would we prohibit something entirely opaque above 36? Does that seem like a good thing
Yes.
to put on the table?
Yeah.
Okay, let's do that.
Yep.
Go ahead. Yes. Okay.
Yes.
Board Member Malte.
I would not allow something entirely opaque. Is it the question?
Yeah. If you agree
That's
that we
what we're
should
wanting.
recommend prohibiting entirely opaque materials above
Absolutely,
36.
absolutely, yes.
Yes.
Yes, as well.
I will say yes as well. Okay. Let's see, direction on vegetation. I think we all agreed on vegetation. I'm not even going to bother with a straw poll on that.
I'm sorry, Chair. I just want to make sure I captured the last item right.
Uh-huh.
Prohibition on opaque kind of coverings above the 36 inches. But was there other direction about the translucency, or then it's just, I didn't know if that's something we'll come back to maybe in the future.
I think we were going to leave it open.
If I could suggest, if we could just leave it to suggest to City Council that this is something that really needs more thought. And we'd very much like to allow our subcommittee time to look into what might be a suitable recommendation, working with staff as to what
Okay,
level of transparency and opaqueness is appropriate.
And
It's-
what level of
Thank you.
permanency I would also.
Yeah, and what
agree.
level of permanency. It's just too complicated to decide on the fly, and it's really critical to get this
Mhm.
right.
Thank you. Just want to make sure I got the notes right.
Great. Okay, there was a comment about tent-like structures. So that would include tarp or plastic.
Can we put that language in this kind of thing?
I don't even know if that's allowed. But I think we can define it as something that is like a vinyl, a tarp, or a sort of soft plastic. Is that permitted? That's sort of a note on the quality of materials, I would say. That's okay. I'm seeing nods. Okay, so the note would be to discourage or prohibit the use of sort of a plastic vinyl material, tarp, or soft plastic as part of their roof covering or side covering or enclosure. Okay, any comments before we do the straw poll? Nope, okay. Board Member Chen.
Yes.
Okay, Vice Chair Hirsch,
Yes.
Malte,
Yes.
Rosenberg.
Yes.
Me too, yes. Did I miss anything? Oh, roofs at 8 feet minimum. I think that was a comment by Board Member Balte. Would support that.
I just want to give them more design flexibility.
Yeah.
I would just argue 8 foot clear on the underside is sort of a good way to phrase that. I think the one other item that is a little bit for me is the fabric roofs, whether that should be allowed or not.
Yes, thank you. Okay. So what would you like to, how would you like to frame the straw poll?
Allow for the possibility of a fabric roof and also allow for the possibility of aluminum material. So just allowing a little bit more flexibility with those material items.
Okay. Allow fabric roofs or aluminum. Any questions? Should we go ahead? Yeah, Board Member Chen.
Yes.
Vice Chair
Yes.
Hirsch. Balte,
Yes.
Rosenberg.
Yes.
Yes, as well. Any other things that I missed?
The heaters. Have we finished with that?
Which part? I guess it would be to permit or not permit. Is that, I don't know if, I think there was a comment about how, is that really part of the Parklet code? If we should incorporate it.
Well, right now, incorporated in the proposed code is, it says electric heaters only
Right.
are allowed.
That's
the
true.
way it's
Okay.
phrased.
So we should talk about that then.
And I just so strongly think we shouldn't try in this code to define at what spacing an electric heater is safe or a gas one. And there's so many regulations about those things, and they're so dangerous that we have
No, but
piles of stuff about that already. Why redo it?
yeah, but we really need to really need to give direction on whether or not we agree with this, what's in here, is that it should be electric or that it could include the gas.
I think outdoor space heaters should be allowed.
Okay, and it's a
Meet-
motion?
Meet
or-
all appropriate codes that would regulate them, and you should be allowed to have it. Whatever,
You know, there's
whatever's
the
allowed by code.
fire department issues, so that there really needs to be a definition of clearances if they're
But
going to have a fabric roof.
if somebody
so-
wants to put a piece of fabric over the top of their space heater, it's clearly dangerous. It's clearly not allowed by the fire regulations as they exist. Why should we say, well, if it's 5 feet away, it's okay? That's what our code, our proposed code here says, when it may well
Okay.
not be okay.
Okay, so I think we leave it up to the committee to look into the detail of the use of,
The space heaters.
Yeah, or to staff. I mean, I can appreciate them wanting to streamline it so an applicant knows exactly what to do. But on things like electric code and fire code, propane heaters,
Mhm.
I think I am hearing sort of a board majority that we would like these restaurants to maintain viability by allowing heaters
Absolutely.
in the capacity that they are allowed. But maybe we leave it at that and then can consider studying how heaters interact with parklets better in a subcommittee. But it is, we recognize and want to state for the record that it's crucial for the viability of a restaurant. Okay, what else did I miss? Anything else?
I got one last item.
Mhm.
Sorry,
Okay.
Peter, I might be stepping on your coattails here. The structural calculations being required by civil and structural
Oh,
engineer.
yeah, big one.
It should be very clear if this is a prefab item, this is not a requirement. Whether or not if this is a custom, built trellis, maybe we could allow for that, but then I would also argue that it should be structural, civil, architectural, or landscape architectural.
If I could address the staff on this, Rachel, you're getting this pushback from the building department. They say when it's a structure up in the air like this, you have seismic issues to deal with. Yet if I wanted to put this in my backyard, I don't need to hire an engineer to do it. If I wanted, as a restaurant, I want to build this trellis over a planter in the back, I don't need a structural engineer. And this really shouldn't be treated any differently than that. I think that if the building department feels structural calculations are necessary, fine. But again, don't require it to be something by an engineer. Leave the standard that the building department looks at it and decides if it meets the code.
We just need I think we just need the wind load calculations. It's only if it is, again, a roof structure that the wind load is needed for that structure that is affixed to a platform that is affixed to a roadway in a manner that may be different than how it would be affixed to a clear ground.
The moment you open that door, you start to get into pretty heavy engineering. It makes it very expensive for an applicant. And these are lightweight temporary structures. We need to push back to the building department and on things like this, that the public benefit of having these outweighs the requirement of $5,000 of engineering and an additional $15,000 of construction. They're going to have a whole bunch of heavy hold down brackets. And the reality is to calculate the wind loading or seismic loading on an open trellis structure is pretty tricky. They don't really calculate out very well. They're just lightweight things that nails hold together. Yet our experience has been that they don't blow down in storms. We haven't seen these things collapsing or causing a hazard. So we should push back that this is a requirement where less regulation is better for the town. So that's my position. I hope the board feels the same with me on it.
So I guess in lieu, so yeah, if it's prefab, there's something about having a cut sheet that would be in lieu.
To demonstrate compliance to the code, but don't require design professionals.
Okay, that's on the straw poll. Go ahead, Board Member Chen.
Yes.
Vice Chair Hirsch. Okay, Board Member Balte,
Yes.
Board Member Rosenberg.
Yes.
And yeah, I think that is reasonable. Vice Chair Hirsch. Oh, your mic's not on. Your mic's not.
Favorable to eliminating the engineering and excessive engineering, and not sure that it would be so difficult to get wind load calculations, prototypical wind load calculations for prior to construction, so that the minimum dimensions and details are included in the packet, and then it is unnecessary. But that there should be some pre-work done on this as an issue, so it satisfies the building department.
That's a good idea. I could support having something in this packet that sort of could help store owners, with wind load calcs if they do decide to design their own. Yeah. Okay. Oh, I did have one more comment about the diagram needing a relook because of line weights. Maybe that's a subcommittee thing.
Osma, just let it go. The intent is here in that diagram.
Nobody can read that
Osma, the
diagram.
reality is what the diagram tells me as a designer is that I'm allowed to bolt into the side of the curb. And that's something that otherwise I'd spend half a day figuring out. Am I allowed to? What do I do? Is it okay? And it says black and white in that thing and lousy lettering, and it's too hard to read.
Could be prettier.
It could be prettier, but we want this to go easily, not
Yeah.
just let it go.
Okay. All right. I think we have everything noted, hopefully for everyone's benefit. Would somebody like to make a motion that references our straw poll?
I move that we propose those items which we voted on to the council as a representation of our unanimous or pretty unanimous commitment to those details.
I'll second that motion. Can I add to that, David, that we recommend to council that they extend the pilot program till we've had a chance to review some of these items in more detail?
Absolutely. Thank you.
Okay. Any questions on the motion by staff? Is it pretty clear? Yes. Okay. Is it clear to board members? Anybody like to speak to the motion? Okay.
Yes, and thank you for such a good study.
Yeah,
and so
that's
much
good.
good research.
All righty,
Thank
let's
you.
take a vote.
Board Member Baltai,
Yes.
Board Member Chen,
Yes.
Vice Chair Hirsch,
Yes,
Board Member Rosenberg,
Yes.
Chair Thompson.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, thank you. I was sure that wouldn't take 2 hours when I was looking at this earlier.
Well, thank you for your
Okay, so we
time.
need we need a 5 or 10 minute break. What do we prefer? What do you want? Yep, okay, so we'll be back. Let's take 5 minutes. We'll be back at 10:50. Well, we're all back. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for your patience. So we are going to move on to our next item, which is item 546 Oxford Avenue. This is a consideration of a major architectural review to allow the demolition of 450 square feet of commercial office, a single-story house with detached garage, and the construction of two new two-story single-family homes. Unit at the rear lot shall be a two-story with basement and detached garage approximately 2,000 square feet. And the front unit, new two-story single-family and attached carport approximately 1,400 square feet. Are there any disclosures?
I disclosed that I visited the site earlier this week.
Thank you.
I disclosed I visited the site earlier this week as well.
Thank you. Board Member Chen.
Yeah, I visited the site early this week.
Great. Vice Chair Hirsch.
Yes, visited the site and the neighboring property as well.
All right, thank you. All right, we have a meeting with staff, or sorry, a presentation with staff.
Yes, good morning. My name is Emily Foley. I'm the project planner. I am going to pull up the staff presentation.
Sounds good.
There we go.
Go ahead. Thank you.
So the address for this project is 546 Oxford Avenue. It's near the intersection of Oxford and El Camino. The existing conditions as shown include an existing non-conforming resident or commercial building. The zoning is RMD with the neighborhood preservation overlay. So the allowable uses are single or two-family residential use. And so as a part of this proposal, the existing commercial building would be demolished along with the existing residential structures, and the proposal is to build two new detached residential units, including a detached garage. This site is somewhat unique in that it is 37.5 feet wide and 139 feet long. So in terms of parking, there is a detached garage for the rear unit, and the front unit has an attached parallel parking carport. Additionally, this property is adjacent to single-family residential to the rear, and therefore is also subject to the city's individual review process. And the surrounding uses for this site include multifamily residential to the left, a hotel use to the right side and rear, and there is also commercial office and mixed use across the street towards El Camino. This shows the proposed project elevations. The proposed material is the wood siding that you should have a sample of, as well as stucco on the second story. The proposed stucco color is the Swiss coffee sample. The acoustic white sample was provided by the architect as an alternate. And the proposed roof material is gray asphalt shingles. This also shows the side elevations, including the garage and the carport. The purpose of this meeting is for the Architectural Review Board to provide comments, including but not limited to the massing materials and landscaping, and feedback on consistency with the findings, comprehensive plan and zoning code. As noted, individual review applies, but it only applies to the portion of the rear property line which is adjacent to family use. Staff has done this review with our consultant, Arnold Mamarella, and there are no individual review concerns for this project. And as noted, today we are asking for comments with the expectation that there will be a second formal recommendation in the future. Thank you. The applicant is also present in the chambers to provide his presentation. His name is Q Kim.
Thank you. All right, we're ready for the applicant presentation. Please state and spell your name. Oh, the microphone needs to get turned on.
Good morning. My name is Q Kim. That's spelled K-Y-U, last name K-I-M.
Okay, and I think I don't think the timer has started, has it? You'll have 10 minutes.
Okay, so actually to begin our presentation, I'm going to have the property owner come up and just give a couple bits of her own thoughts before I get into the rest of the presentation. Rosita, you should say your name and spell it out as well.
Good morning, Chair Thompson and board members. My name is Rosita Wong, R-O-S-I-T-A. W-O-N-G is my last name. Thank you for all the wonderful work you did. I learned a lot today about what you have done for our city. But I bought the property last year. It's for my parents who are moving to the United States. The reason is that it's very close to the market across the street, and they don't drive and they don't speak English. So Panda Express is right next door. It's very convenient for them. My father is 75 years old. My mother is 74. So it's really buying this for the love of my parents. I also thank you for seeing the site earlier this week. As you can see, on the other side where the hotel is, it's very tall on a huge wall, and it casts a big shadow. And the lot is so narrow. So you did a great job helping us to kind of design and strike a balance. I am aware that there is some comment from the neighbors, and I have the privilege to meet with them all yesterday to offer extra, discussions. And I'm open to greening the property, like planting more trees in between the property line if they have concern. I also want to make one more remark. Maybe you will not see that yet during the daytime. There is a gentleman who, I believe he's homeless, and he pushed the shopping cart quite a bit, and he actually slept quite a bit. By the hotel side, there's a little step that's right outside the hotel. And that is part of the reason why I don't want the driveway to be too close to the hotel side, because it's darker and it's dimmer, and my parents do not speak English. And so I would like to make sure that it's also okay for my older parents. And so I don't have too many other comments. I would like to have Kiyu to present, but thank you very much for considering my case and your help. Thank you.
All right. So actually to start, I want to thank our planner, Emily Foley, who's helped shepherd this project to this point. I also want to thank the board members here, especially those that have continued to serve, as well as the new members that have joined the board. I know firsthand how much of a time commitment and how much effort is required. So thank you very much for your service. So right away, you can see that our lot is very unique. It's very narrow. It's not even 50 feet wide. And the existing buildings are estimated to have been built around 1950 or 1952. I'm glad to hear that the majority, if not all of you, had a chance to visit the site. But just in case you haven't, or for the public as well, to give you a quick site analysis on where our site is. So it's in the College Terrace neighborhood. Here is a map kind of pointing out some of those main arterial streets, including Oregon Expressway, which of course transitions into Page Mill once it crosses over El Camino Real. But we're kind of nestled in between Stanford and the Cal Ave district. This was a property survey, just a snippet of that having been performed, showing the existing 3 buildings that are on the site. So there's an existing 1-story office building that abuts the front and left property lines, with a single-family residential structure directly behind that, and then a 3-car detached garage at the very rear of the property. So here's a Google Maps image. This was included in the drawings that were distributed to you as well. So you get a sense of the Stanford Terrace Inn Hotel that is directly to the right, the 4-unit multifamily condo complex that's directly to the left, that's 550 Oxford Avenue. Here are some street views of our site and property. And so you can see the massive existence of that very tall hotel wall. That's just a completely filled in CMU wall directly to the right. Again, just some better shots of El Camino Real and our site. And zoomed in on it now. So it's a clearly deteriorating site. The buildings, again, are probably 70, if not more years old. And what we're proposing to do here is to actually propose 2 single-family residences. So this is kind of existing, and this is more or less what's being proposed. As you can see, we've shifted the driveway from being directly adjacent to the hotel to now act as an additional buffer to 550 Oxford Avenue. In addition to becoming a buffer, we were also trying to gain as much exposure to natural light throughout the day by pushing the dwelling units towards the hotel side and putting the driveway between the proposed units and 550 Oxford. The site is extremely challenging to study and to play with and to come up with alternative solutions. Because with the 2 units, we would have to have a driveway that would be give access to both, as well as the parking requirements, which are 3 parking spots, 2 of which have to be covered. So we've come up with a fairly unique scheme here where there's a detached garage for the rear unit at the very back of the lot. And then there's a covered carport that's attached to the front unit, but kind of serves as a buffer between the 2 dwelling units themselves. Each dwelling unit is 2 stories tall. The front unit is just under 1,400 square feet, and the rear unit is also just over 1,400 square feet when taking the garage into consideration. The garage, of course, is just a little bit over 200 square feet. So we've been working with a arborist and landscape designer to take inventory of the trees, including a significantly sized coast live oak tree that sits on 550 Oxford. And we are trying to, I think the other thing that the driveway placement in proposing it this way also does is to limit any digging for foundation work by the oak tree. That is, of course, not on our property. There are some other smaller trees that are on our property, such as the 9-inch acacia and another 4-inch tree that we think would have to be removed due to the positioning of the driveway. If there's any way to keep them, we'd be more than happy to keep them. And of course, the thought would be to also plant additional landscape screening between the 2 properties if possible. But there is a very limited amount of space. But we are open to your comments as well as the city arborist comments and how we can kind of accommodate additional landscape screening as necessary, in addition to a fence, of course. So we have been talking to our landscape architect as well and have been getting their recommendations on potential kinds of plants that aren't listed in the packet or the drawings, but also include a fern pine that might be a taller tree that's better at screening. An Italian cypress was also mentioned, although I don't think it's our first choice of tree. We're also looking at marina strawberries or palo verdes, fruitless olives as additional alternatives. Materials palette, we're trying to keep this very simple, contemporary and clean. So we are proposing a horizontal wood siding on the first floor of both units. A sample went around earlier. We've provided a secondary sample of an alternative material that should be going around as well. The second floor will be stucco. And we're not proposing an economic grade of stucco, but we would like to keep with something very similar to a 2030 light sand finish that can be very high quality and hold the test of time. As planner Foley showed, we have our elevations of the 2 proposed units. And we think it's a fairly straightforward project, although there are some kind of architectural gymnastics that we've had to do because of the site constraints and the limitations of the size. But we have come up with a solution that I think will make the neighborhood better, more aesthetically pleasing. And we're definitely open to your comments as well as the neighbors' comments. And there's one more thing I feel like I wanted to touch on. I guess maybe the last thing that I'd mention is, this project is really coming before the board because of the zoning. It's the RMD NP. If this were a single family R1 or even multifamily RM15 or more or greater, because it's only 2 units, it doesn't have to go before the board. But it is a very unique zoning that some might argue is maybe no longer necessary, especially considering some of the new state bills and regulations that have been going around. But I thank you for allowing me to give this presentation, and thank you for your review of our project. And I'm hoping that we can move forward with it and maybe even consider potentially passing the project today. Thank you.
Perfect.
Thank you. Yeah, normally it goes to yellow and then it goes to red. Sorry, before we go to public comment, I just had a quick question for the applicant. We have 2 wood samples in front of us. Can you clarify what we're supposed to look at?
Yeah, I think actually our preference is for the UFP sample that Board Member Balte is holding. The other sample was the closest replica that we could get to that in the time given that we were supposed to provide a sample. So I think our preference is for the UFP material, but we are definitely open to colors and different stains if those comments are appropriate.
Okay, so the proposed is that color as well.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you for the clarification. I think it's this one. Sorry, there's another question about the finish.
Sure.
Do you want me to read the question?
Just a quick on the material.
Architect Kim, what is the finish on this piece of wood? This is a raw piece of wood.
Yeah, it's been thermally treated. And so I believe there's some kind of a protective sealant coat that's applied from the manufacturer, but it's supposed to appear as natural as possible.
So it will remain looking like this throughout its life?
I'm sure there will be a little bit of fading over time depending on the exposure to sun, but it wouldn't be any different from, let's say, the other piece of wood material that was given there.
I see. So your application proposes to put this material with no other finish on the surface?
There would have to be, again, probably some kind of a clear coat finish or some kind of a clear stain that would help to preserve its life a little bit longer than providing no finish at all.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Okay. Are there any members of the public that wish to speak on this item?
Yes, I received 1 public speaker card, and our first speaker is Hannah Chandler. Sorry if I mispronounced your name.
We'll be asking you to state and spell it for the record as well.
Good morning. My name is.
Wait, hold on one second.
Is it okay? Okay. My name is Hannah Chandler, and I'm one of the homeowners just adjacent to 546 Oxford. It's 550 Oxford Street. I represent all homeowners, 4 units. Our main concern is to preserve 8 existing trees around our mutual fence and 2 large trees on 546 Oxford. By the way, on the drawing, you didn't see all the trees which are there. We made comments to it before, but they haven't been completely recorded. We want to maintain and create healthy skin environment between those 2 properties. The current 546 Oxford plant wants to build a driveway next to the mutual fence and cutting 5 of those trees, and there is no mention of replacing them. The rest of 4 trees on our side may not survive either because the roots will either be covered by pavement or by garage or damaged by construction. Just recently, this also might be serious threat to the wildlife in these trees, which we have. We have plenty of birds, we have hummingbirds, and recently Swenson hawks, which is a rare bird, have been nesting in one of those trees that are proposed to be cut off. The argument that T can be replaced is not really valid to us because it takes so many years to grow trees to the same height and value. And I have been there 35 years and took so much longer to build all this protection. And now everything would be gone and replaced by small trees. That's just not acceptable for us. We strongly suggest that the driveway and garage will be moved on the other side, and the green healthy screen composed of trees and high bushes will be maintained between those two properties. So we have some screen second floor, not only the first floor. I trust that the board will reevaluate this proposal and consider the quality of the life and healthy environment and how this can be integrated into new construction. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you. Do we have any other members of the public that wish to speak?
I haven't received any other speaker cards and I do not see any raised hands right now in Zoom.
Okay. I thought I had saw one earlier. Okay. Yeah, if you're on Zoom, please raise your hand if you'd like to speak to this item. Okay. Alrighty. So typically we allow the applicant to respond to public comment. Would the applicant like to do this?
Yeah, I don't think it's necessary to take too much time. As far as the trees not being accurately represented, our arborist and landscape designer has actually gone back and re-inventoried the trees. So if you look on sheet L1 that's provided in the drawings, all the trees should be showing up on that plan.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, we can move to questions of staff and the applicant.
Go ahead. A question for the applicant regarding the issue that's just brought up. It looks like there are 2 trees slated for formal removal. Is that an accurate number?
There may be an additional tree or 2 in addition to those 2 that are on the proposed driveway side. Let me just see if I can pull up my drawings here.
Can I make the assumption that they are, because what I'm seeing on SU, there's a 4-inch tree and a 12-inch pepper, both of those being slated for removal. Also
Yeah,
shown on
and those were
L1.
mislabeled. It's not a pepper tree. It's actually an acacia tree.
Acacia.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. And then from the Google Maps, it does appear that there are more. Are those just too small to be noted on either of these plans? Are they less than 4 inches?
So that's where the discrepancy is between the trees. The surveyor, traditionally only marks trees that are 4 inches or larger in diameter at breast height, while the arborist and landscape designer is much more sensitive towards smaller species of trees, including several different trees that might appear as one, but are actually separate trees. So to come back to your question of how many trees are actually being removed, there is the 4-inch tree, the 9-inch acacia, and then there's a 3-inch maple that's actually in the middle of our property that's also slated to be removed. So 3 trees total.
Any other questions? Board Member Chen?
Yeah, I have a question about the materials. So for the carport roof material, on the plans, sheet A 2.1, it's stated as, it noted as the standing seam metal roof. And on the elevations, it seems like it shows as the asphalt shingle. So I want to be clarified.
Yeah, there's a misnotation there. So we had gone through several schemes of this, of course, with the planning staff before it's arrived at the ARB. And there were some previous studies that were done where we proposed a standing seam metal roof. But you're correct, that's been mislabeled. So the detached garage should also have a composite asphalt shingle roof. But we are open to considering alternatives if the board feels that's necessary.
Thank you.
I have a question again about the trees. I'm looking at T5, so I know the fence is to be retained and then 10-inch willow. So there's 2, 3, and 4 trees, and those are all willow trees in the back of the site there?
Yes, those are all willow trees in the back of the site on the 550 Oxford lot.
Could I actually ask a question about that? Because on T4, it says the tree inventory says trees 2, 3, and 4 are European white birch, strawberry tree. Are those the same trees we're looking at, 2, 3, and 4 back there?
Then I would defer to the arborist report and say that they're not willows, but whatever the arborist report is referring to them as, yes.
So David, it looks like they're inventoried on page T4. So you have to flip back a page to see them.
Yeah, the bottom right of T4 is where the tree inventory is.
So concerning those 3 willows,
The 2 white birches and the strawberry.
well, yeah, or excuse me, whatever they are. What's the present, look, the present plan is that the area adjacent to the neighboring property doesn't have a building on it right now.
In the current plan, the building adjacent to the property doesn't have a building on it?
Doesn't, the garage does not extend into that corner. Your intention is to put the garage in the corner, absolutely taking that space entirely.
Yes, that's correct. So if I understand your correction, you're asking about the existing garage, which is not as close to the corner as what we're proposing. Yes.
Proposed.
Yep.
So have you addressed that issue concerned with your arborist or arborists?
Yes. So I believe the arborist does mention that in the report, and as shown also in the impact assessment in the inventory, there is note that they are a moderately tolerant species, and that they hopefully should be able to hold up even with construction.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any other questions of staff or the applicant? Board Member Valte.
Sure, Planner Foley. I'm reading the arborist report, and under the section where it talks about impacts of construction, it clearly states that the proposed basement foundation extends within the tree protection zone of the neighbor's live oak tree, and anticipates, in quotes, a high degree of impact from the excavation work. Then it goes on further to talk about some sort of changes made by the architect to the plan. Could you tell me, was this during the initial stage, or does this design in front of us reflect whatever changes were made?
This design in front of you.
Excuse me, I was asking Foley, Emily, to know what's going on, please. Emily, I'd like you to clarify, if you could, for me, please. What was changed, or what's going on with this? Because it seems unclear.
Right. So the design proposed was made after the arborist report. The arborist report is dated October of 2021, and these plans were submitted in February. Urban Forestry has reviewed the plans as well, and did not have any concerns about the basement in that location.
Is there any documentation to that effect? I mean, I'm just looking at what we're asked to review, and I'm seeing an arborist report that seems fairly damning of this project. And I'm trying to understand what makes you feel this is okay. So where is the report from other people or other arborists?
So Urban Forestry gave a recommendation of approval with conditions. I can get those conditions up in a minute.
So I think it should also be noted that we're not asking for a recommendation today. We're just asking for comments. And so that's definitely a comment that we'll take back and clean that up.
Okay, I'm just, okay, thank you. That's my question.
Any other questions? Nope.
Or no?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay. So from our perspective, our initial plans for the basement actually were to essentially follow the footprint of the first floor. which would have been encroaching upon the drip line of that oak tree. And so if you look at the plans that are in front of you, you'll notice that the basement footprint is actually jogged inwards as to avoid as much of that drip line as possible.
Thank you. Okay. Who'd like to go first? Somebody other than Peter.
I have a couple questions. So I'm just gonna potentially go down the list. I think it is still questions for the applicant at this
Oh,
point.
you still have questions?
Just a couple.
Okay, sure.
So sorry for making you stand up and sit down.
It's all right. It's good exercise.
So along that lines on plan A 2.0, basement level floor plan 1, we're showing that there's the TPZ is going out 18 feet in a radial circle from that oak tree, and that it appears that there's a small corner of the closet that's encroaching on that zone, and that there's a portion of the basement bathroom shower encroaching on that zone. Is that accurate?
Yes, so we are in fact encroaching partially into the drip line. That dotted line, however, is not TPZ, it's just the drip line of the tree.
Drip line, perfect, thank you. I'm also noticing, just looking again and getting a little nitty gritty here with the floor plans, that in that front unit, there is no primary suite. Each bathroom is sort of facilitated, like each bathroom facilitates 2 bedrooms. Is that accurate?
That's right.
Okay. Do you see this parking space is truly feasible to be able to get in and out of between the 2 buildings?
Feasible, yes. Inconvenient, yes.
Is it basically just parallel parking between 2 buildings?
It is.
Okay. Now, I did hear that Ms. Wong had commented that her parents do not drive. However, that is unfortunately not a consideration we can take into account when we are deciding.
That's
this.
right. The planning regulation is that we have the parking. Yep.
And I do want to also commend you that I have worked on sites this narrow, and it is very tough. It is, so this is definitely a creative solution. I admit I have concerns. You really need to know how to park. And then in regards to that garage in the back corner, your setbacks are showing it's at 1 foot from the fence and 6 inches from the fence. Is that, how did we get to those setbacks?
It's essentially, we didn't want to have a 0 setback condition. There are of course roof eaves and overhangs and gutters that we would like to keep on our property as not to encroach on the neighboring properties. So that's how we ended up there. If the board feels that it's necessary to expand that 1 foot in the back to 2 feet, or whatever is recommended, we're definitely open to it. It's not a hard set standard that we're trying to be stubborn about.
Sure. And then what's this distance between that front right corner of the garage and that back left corner of that rear unit?
I believe it's 8 feet.
And that's minimum needs to be 3 feet. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Jody's nodding her head.
Yeah, it looks like it's 6'9" and the minimum is 3 between the garage and the house.
Okay.
Perfect. Thank you. And then in regards to the roofs, I'm looking at now a 3.2 and specifically those side elevations. So the stepping on elevation, right side elevation number 2, the rear unit, that side stepping roof is to maintain a specific height limit to follow the FAR.
That's right. So initially we kept a single gable plane continuous throughout, but because of the certain language in the planning code that states that at a certain point in which there's a height over a certain amount, it has to count twice. Because we are so close to maxing out the area on this property, we had to step the roof there.
Okay. And same sort of reasoning for that front sloped angled roof on the front unit over the staircase as well.
Yes.
Okay, and then the slope of the carport roof. Can you please clarify the angle of that slope?
Yeah, that's actually a very good comment. The slope of that roof is not something that I'm pleased with right now. I'd like for it to match the exact pitch of the new proposed roof on the homes. So history, along with the basement footprint having been larger previously, some of our initial designs, including the public noticing board that was displayed on the site, shows a much steeper pitched roof. And we've gradually over time decided to reduce the pitch of that. So as far as the pitch of the roof on the carport, I believe that should be consistent with the pitch of the roof over the dwelling units.
Okay. Thank you. That's all my questions for now.
Thank you.
I don't want to beat this to death, but Q, I heard you say that the basement encroaches within the drip line of the tree, but not the tree protection zone. I'd like to be clear with staff. I believe that the opposite is the case. The tree has a drip line of about 10 feet, which is correctly shown on the drawings. And I believe the city's tree protection zone is what's 18 feet. And I think we should be very clear with the record about what's going on here. Emily, can you confirm if that's correct, please?
Yeah, the TPZ is 10 times the diameter of the trunk. And so I will ensure that the plans show the proper TPZ in the future.
Well, I think the plans do show it correctly right now. I guess to my colleagues, this is the point about this is that they're not being allowed to put the basement within the tree protection zone, and yet the tree drip line is significantly farther away or closer to the tree. And the plans show that correctly. I just heard the applicant say the opposite, and I want to be clear. We understand what's going on here.
Okay. I would like to move on to comments from the board. Can I put someone on the spot?
I'll start.
Okay, thank you, David.
But maybe with a second round, hopefully. You know, we've been talking a lot about trees rather than the houses themselves. But I'd like to stick with the trees for a moment. My opinion is that, and this is based on building a house next to an oak tree that's less than 10 feet from my foundation wall. During the construction, we dug out the basement and discovered, lo and behold, there were no roots from the oak. And therefore we could build the whole corner of the back of our house, which is significant for us. So, and also the willows, et cetera, trees in the backyard might even be more of a problem actually than the oak. It's possible that, you know, because that building is right up close to the edge of that area. And it doesn't have a basement, however. So it would seem that if you could agree to providing testing during the preliminary stage before you even begin the real construction, and there are methods of testing by hand digging those areas, you might answer some of the bigger issues here concerning the trees. I'd like to leave that item just like that if I could and see what my board, the rest of the board thinks about that. But clearly the oak, of course, is the bigger item. And I think that the other trees are mature enough, as has been demonstrated to us by the lady who lives in this other building, that you should take all trees on the neighboring property quite seriously and explore the issues so that you can assure them that those trees will remain. Leave it like that. You know, you actually showed us a photograph of a building which separates the bottom level from the top. There was a kind of a, I think it was cantilevered top, you know, and the bottom was the wood material, and I think the top was then the stucco. But these two dwellings, and maybe I didn't look closely at the detail, I'd like to kind of get a better sense of it. But when you run two materials together like that, they're not as aesthetically pleasing as they would be if there were some form of separation, or you were continuous material. You know, I find that the way in which those two materials kind of meet each other isn't really as well defined as it might be. Just because of the shape of the buildings. Now, I understand that these are really sort of simple dwellings, you know, and that you're not, the budget is serious here, and you're trying to squeeze as much as you can into a simple profile. Other areas that concern me, well, just to go back on the trees for a minute, you know, Even if there is no overlap between the oak, let's say, and the neighboring housing there, or your new construction, maybe there's a way of considering paving, which would be a porous paving, and it would allow whatever water gets in the rare rain here to get down to the roots of that tree. So it could be a matter of paving, simply choosing the right paving. I mean, in general, the plans are quite intriguing. I began to question, if it's two elderly people, why are there so many bedrooms in the house? But, so it's planned for whatever the future use might end up being, one way or another. And they're nicely planned so that, and we weren't told whether the front house is for the senior parents or the rear house, but I guess the rear house has many more bedrooms, I think, than the front. Is that correct, or am I wrong there? No, I think I'm wrong. There are two bedrooms there are four bedrooms in
I
each
think
house?
it's best for us to not worry
It's not our
about who's going to
issue
live
really
here.
particularly.
Yeah.
Okay. Correct. Other than that, the area of the parking is really another major issue here. It's a very narrow situation, and the cars drive straight to the end, and they really have to back out. The one that you have under a covered carport, that one, it's possible you could actually turn it around somehow and get the car to go the other direction. But the rear garage is just limited that way. It just cannot, it cannot get out except to go out back. And it's a tremendous long passage backing up. I mean, I don't know how you solve that problem, but I find it a problem. Maybe, I hate to think about turning at the end of the area instead of the garage where it is, but you can't help but think that it would make it easier somehow for the car to get out if you had that, or if simply the two buildings were closer together in some way. I don't have an answer to it, but it seems to me that that's a kind of a major issue when you have a car backing out of that deep a site. It's difficult at best. We all back out of driveways, clearly, but they're usually a lot less distanced or wider lots. My house is tight like that as well. And, I have the 10-foot parking area and back out in a very narrow area, and it's tough. It's really tough. So having this much back out parking to me is a sort of a major issue in this whole idea here. It wouldn't be the case if you weren't trying for getting to put in two dwellings. Of course, you could take care of all of that in the back of the lot. So I consider that to be one of the major problems here. Maybe, in fact, you can't get dwellings separated in this manner. Is your problem with that, Jody?
So I just wanted to clarify, and Emily can confirm this, but when I looked at that parallel parking space, because I had the same concerns about being able to get in there, it did appear to meet our code requirements. And so we're not able to require much more than that unless there were some, small tweaks that we could think of to make it better.
I find it a problem, and I think it should be mentioned as a problem. Because there are other ways of possibly dealing with it on a deep site like this. The other issue I have is just that the carport, the way it meets up with the buildings themselves. It strikes me that there's an odd angle to it and it's interrupting kind of the back of the building, the way it does it in the drawings here. And if you have flexibility in the way in which you do a carport, or do you actually need a carport? I think the reason for the carport is more because of the oak tree somehow and the leaves in the site. No, then I'm not quite sure why it is necessary to have a carport like that. In fact, I sort of feel like the area might be used better as a turnaround than it is as a carport. But let my fellow board members discuss that further. I mean, I find the plans to be quite nice, you know. I would sort of wish that there were more landscaping in the front, but frankly, I'm happy that this comes to us kind of at this stage of development rather than so much further along with all the landscaping or perhaps lighting or whatever else you are going to include in the final set of drawings so that you could hear our comments, because it's developed to a point where we certainly can give you a good sense of our feelings about it. I assume that others will make other comments, but the internal planning, I think, is the internal planning seems to be rather well done, and the use of cellar space where you have it, it seems interesting to me to expand on that rear dwelling. But to talk a little bit more about maybe about what my board members often do, the materiality of the house. See if I can find the images for that. Yeah, there's one other sort of major issue here. There's a lot of side, because of the location of the house and right up against the wall on the opposite side, not immediate adjacency, but there's a kind of a non-space on the other side where it's facing the tall wall. There's a lot of large windows that are facing a building with a lot of large windows, you know, and we always talk about privacy issues here. They become very serious. So, and we haven't been shown actually what's happening on the opposite side where the windows are in the adjacent building. But I think that's something that we should be able to see. You know, we should see the windows relative to the windows in these buildings, because there are large windows also. So all of your larger windows here, I'm looking on A4.2, are facing immediately towards the other buildings, adjacent buildings. You have one very large window in it. What? Oh, get close. Yeah, sorry. You know, you have one large window in the upstairs open space, and the rear bedroom, one of the rear bedrooms. You know, you have a fair amount of open space that are your own private open spaces, you know, in between the front house and the rear house. And although the common spaces in the rear house are really the bedroom spaces in the rear house are facing that open lot in the back. You have a very large. So, you know, I'm not programmatically, I just am concerned that privacy is an issue here. So I mentioned it because I'm concerned about the relationship when we normally are asking for certain distances to create privacy and or angling windows, as we even have done in other discussions. The front of the building is really only a one-story structure facing the street. and it's an open deck. I mean, it's kind of a weak relationship. Moving on. You know, I think that I don't quite understand it as there's a small amount of stucco and a large amount of wood, and there's no definition of the area between them. You know, there's no detail of how you're going to relate to. It would seem to me that you would prefer to have your open space closer to the lot, interior part of the lot. So generally speaking, I'm not all that comfortable with the relationship bottom to top of the building. And I'm not comfortable with the privacy issues from the second floor of both buildings. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Who'd like to go next? Board Member Chen?
Yeah, so thank you, applicant, for your presentation. I'd like to probably separate the plans and the elevations and make my comments. So I think it is a challenge site. It is quite narrow, and I think the architect did a fairly good job on the floor plan to squeeze everything within the 20 feet wide building. So on the site plan, I think it makes sense to put the driveway on the left side of the site because it allows the south-facing windows there, and also it give more distance between their neighbors and this property. So I think it makes more sense to put the driveway on this side instead of the right side. And for the parking issues, yeah, personally, I'm just not comfortable about the parallel parking, but if that is code allowed, then I'm okay with it, but I'm not sure if it is possible to turn the covered carport 90 degrees to turn it around. And for the elevations, I think I want to talk about the materials. I think the materials you select is good, but I think you need to put more thoughtfulness on where you want to place apply the materials instead of just simple like first floor all white or all wood siding and second floor all stucco. Maybe we could play with materials and play it in different locations. And I'm not comfortable about I'm not sure about the roof line because of the floor area calculation. You need to do the step roofing, and also the front unit, you do a low shed roof for the staircase. So I'm not sure if the applicant will consider downsize the program, maybe reduce a one bedroom, and then somehow allow the staircase to be within the building shell. And on the elevations and the renderings, I'm just concerned about there are just too much glazing areas. There are lots of skylights and also the front and side big windows. So I'm not sure if you will have a problem with the Title 24 calculations on that. And also thinking about the privacy issues, I think you might want to reconsider about the window size and maybe window locations. I think that's my comments.
Thank you, Board Member Chen. Board Member Rosenberg.
Hi, again, I want to say, well done on trying to squeeze everything into such a narrow space. Also, feels a little bit like trying to stuff 10 pounds of potatoes into a 5-pound bag here. I have some concerns about the actual use case of these structures. Number one is the garage with this large bifolding door to the side leads me to immediately think this is never going to be used as a garage, because what do they need this large bifolding door for? So that feels to me that that's going to be some type of spillover space, which also leads me to believe that that will not be parking, which is required for this. The carport, as well in the middle, I could absolutely see them setting up a dining room table there instead. And then again, never using that for parking. And now we're down to basically 0 parking spaces on this property. And that being said, we have this property's been designed in such a way that the whole left side is being taken up by a very long driveway with lots of paving, less groundwater percolation. There's more development of the site itself. You're actually pinning yourself into narrower buildings by putting this garage back there. And I'm not even sure it's ever going to get used as a driveway or as a parking structure. So I just, for whatever that's worth, and I'm not sure I'm actually able to make a firm comment on that, but I have concerns that that's sort of being put there for alternate use, and that it feels like all of this driveway is sort of for naught. Sort of getting a little more specifically into the floor plans of it, I'm also noticing on the front elevation, on the front unit, second floor plan and first floor plan, none of the 4 bedrooms have closets, not one. And that would make them not actually bedrooms. Now, also looking at bedroom number 4 here, we've got a 9'8" by 9'4" bedroom. Once you put in 2 feet of closet space plus, 4.5 inches of framing and drywall, you're down to a 7-foot wide bedroom. I would also be curious as to why this family room on this upper level of the front unit wasn't actually incorporated to be a usable bedroom. Now, again, I understand I'm getting nitpicky in that the use of the building is not necessarily my concern, but when I start to see a 7-foot bedroom, I start thinking this is going to be used as an office. And now I'm starting to wonder if this entire front building is actually a series of 4 cubicles, and this is the office space, and that nobody's going to park on the property, and you're going to have 20 people in and out of this property all the time. So I'm getting a little suspicious. If it is being used as a house, it should be built like a house. It should be designed like a house, and that requires closets. So my concerns there, take them as you will. The rear unit definitely feels more like a real house. It has a primary bedroom. It has a walk-in closet. It has an ensuite master bath. There's upper bedrooms, again, are quite small, right? We've got bedroom 3, it being 7'7" in one direction. The minimum direction for any habitable space is really a 7-foot bedroom. So you're getting pretty close to that. Along these same lines, bedroom 1, bedroom 2, as my other colleagues have mentioned, the massiveness of the windows in those bedrooms feels a little out of scale and out of proportion. So especially for those side facing bedrooms facing the neighbors, while I do appreciate that actually the driveway would provide a bit of a buffer, I think those windows are grossly out of scale, especially considering the sizes of the rooms that they're in. An 8'8" by 8'7" room with a 6-foot wide window on the side and a 6-foot wide window on the front is quite a bit of glazing for such a tiny bedroom. And the privacy is a concern. Downstairs in the light wells, having out swinging in one and in swinging in the other, those could easily be sliders, but that's a very minor comment. In regards to the roofing, this is one of those times where the code is written and I disagree with the code, because the stepping down of the roofing over the staircase is just, it's not attractive. 100% understand why you did it. 100% understand why the code is there. I wish it could be different. This is one of those cases where I'm like, you should just build the roof straight and it should just be extra tall and it should be fine. I also am not a fan of the sloped roof over the front staircase, but again, I understand why it's there. So again, moving on to the elevations, the rear elevation, sheet A3.1, number 2, that rear elevation, if that's the primary bedroom, that should be the primary facade for that large window. It's facing their own rear yard. They've got some space there. It's facing that carport. But having that large window be on the side facing the neighbors, again, feels out of scale and inattentive to the privacy concerns of the neighbors. So I think that one's a reasonably simple fix. as I mentioned before, I think the slopes of the slope of the garage being 3 and 12, if I'm reading that correctly, 4 and 12. It says 3 and 1. So yeah, 4 and 12. I wish it was lower. I do. I wish that that one and the carport were both lower slope, even 2 and 12, really just making those a little bit more decreased because they are not supposed to be the emphasis here. I would also echo my fellow board members' comments. The transition between the wood and the stucco seems a little abrupt, and maybe there's a detail there, whether it's I don't know, a channel or some sort of line work running through the stucco that would, tie into the woodwork a little better. Truth be told, I love the wood and the stucco combination. I love the dark colors. I love everything about that. I just think that transition needs a little bit more attention to detail. And as for the skylights, I have zero concerns about them. I love skylights. Put as many of them as you want, as long as Title 24 allows it. And I would also just, as a final statement, like to say, I do appreciate the fact that, we've had a lot of comments about keeping oak trees in Palo Alto and keeping mature trees in Palo Alto. And I think by flipping the housing to the far side of the oak tree, you really are allowing for the best possible chance for that oak to thrive and survive. And when we talk about, allowing these mature trees to stay in place, I think these are exactly the types of trees we want to protect. And these are exactly the types of situations where we want to say, well done for allowing that this building holds back from the tree and for paying attention to the basement. Now, all that being said, the potential encroachment of the drip line does seem pretty minimal. And I would, if I was the homeowner, I would appreciate having the flexibility to maybe expand that basement if we get down there and find there are no roots after all. So that's all my comments. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Board Member Bolte.
Thanks. And thank you, Q, for the application. It's beautiful to see your work here. I'm going to start with my overriding thought on this whole project, which is that it's just not ready for prime time yet. I just find too many inconsistencies, too many things in the design that I'm beginning to think just haven't been thought through yet, but I'll work my way through it. But I honestly think that this just needs another round of work. So on the site planning, just the basic start out of the whole thing, you're really constrained by Palo Alto's parking requirements. You've also been given a gift that you could put an accessory dwelling in the back instead of a garage and then eliminate the requirement for one covered parking place. Out of the gate gives you more square footage, more housing for Palo Alto, solves half of your parking problem. Have you even thought about it? I'm questioning whether you really have the right layout for the occupants because you have that very large wall on one side, and the way you've laid it out, you're left with a 6-foot strip between your home and the 25-foot concrete block wall. If you flip the building the other way and put that your driveway, you might be able to make better use of that space somehow. I'm not saying that's the answer, but I'm just not convinced that it's been thought through yet. Your immediate reaction to putting the driveway on the other side is that you put that garage at the back, which means you lose the ability to have those neighbors' trees. Those birch trees are the nicest trees you'll have on this property, and you've put it so you can't see them at all. And there's an opportunity to think through the planning, I think, just a little more rigorously of what your options really are as you develop this. It seems to me that you jumped immediately into the form of a building, which is attractive, but you haven't really thought through how 2 elderly people are going to live here when they have, their lives are constrained by this very large masonry wall. You're leaving yourself very little place for landscaping and light. The opportunity to have that from the neighbors who have nice landscaping is closed off by your site planning. I'm just left feeling that it's not been thought through. So that's just my position on basic site planning. I'll come to the trees. The biggest significant tree you have to save is the coast live oak on the neighbor's property. That tree has a drip line of about 10 feet. Your proposed project doesn't encroach on that tree. As David mentioned, it's probably okay. There's probably no roots underneath there. And why are we then having in the application to us, your arborist condemning your project? And I'm getting some funny answer about, well, maybe it was a previous thing. We're not sure what the drip line or the protection zone is. I'm not even sure if you guys understand the difference between the two. And if this were my project, I would be doing everything I could to put that basement where I want it to be, which is what you initially proposed, and getting the technical side of it, my arborist, my team, to somehow make sure it's okay. We do that on many projects. It's possible to do exploratory options to see where the tree's roots really are, and then allow you to build that basement where you want it. Right now, that's not happening, and you're still proposing a building which has a foundation of some sort, which is well within the tree protection zone. So I'm just left again wondering, why aren't the pieces all tied together yet? By the time it comes to us, I'd like to see some strong measure of protection from your arborist saying, yeah, this is going to be okay. Your report does the opposite. So again, the pieces aren't fitting together. I'll discuss the floor plans, and not out of any concern over who's going to be living there. That's not our business. But as Board Member Rosenberg pointed out, they just plain don't work. You have bedrooms that are just too small. You have bedrooms without closets. You have a kitchen with a countertop to refrigerator clearance of about 2 feet. And these are just fundamental things that just don't work. And I look at it again and I just keep thinking it just a little more, another pass on the design, another try to be more critical. Maybe there's too many bedrooms. I look at the way you handle the light wells to the basement, and it's just strange. You could put a light well along the side of that basement staircase, flood the basement with light, take care of your issue with the retaining wall and with the neighbor's wall there through a simple design revision on that. It's the kind of thing that you go around and around on the design till you really get it right. And I'm just left with the feeling again that just hasn't been done yet. You need to roll up your sleeves and give it another unit, another pass through. I look at the furniture arrangement in the back unit where the living room is, and you can't put the sofa back to the front door 3 feet away. Nobody is going to actually live that way, even your parents. It's just not a comfortable place to live. It can be done, but it hasn't been resolved yet. I'll come to Board Member Hirsch's concerns about privacy, which has been echoed by other members. It's huge. You have extremely large windows facing your neighbor's property. They also have large windows. You'll be staring at each other. Everybody will. The result is just curtains permanently across what should be windows letting light in. I'd really like to see a demonstration of how your building does not impact the neighbor's privacy. In other words, shift your windows. Think about the size of them. We've been struggling with that mightily up here as to how to objectify that standard. And this looks to me like it wasn't even thought about. And I just find that a travesty. It really needs to be considered and carefully worked through. And we will be flexible ultimately of a very narrow lot. It has to work for both of you. But what I'm left thinking is that it just hasn't been thought about. And it needs to be thought about. The building massing as a whole looks very attractive, and hats off to Q. He did a good job with coming up with some clever designs that make it look good. I think you'll find that the trick of sloping the roof over the stairs isn't quite going to work. Again, a thought issue, but you have a 17-foot height limit in Palo Alto. Below that, Jody can't count it as floor area. But by the time you get your headroom to work, you need the first 3 feet or so of the stair is going to count towards floor area. It's not done in this one. You'll try to lower the roof down even less so it doesn't look as good, but you're left with really weird gymnastics to make that trick work of saving floor area. You're going to have to count a little bit more, so it's going to mean more design revision someplace else. Just hasn't been fully thought through. You've got to check these things to really get, especially if you're going to use that trick about staircases and the 17-foot height thing. In plan check, they'll make you do a detailed section through it where you take into account the thickness of the roof structure. What you have won't work. On the materials and the detailing of it, the wood boards you're proposing, I just pulled up their website while we were discussing it. Within 18 to 24 months, it turns a warm gray. It's a totally different look than what's been presented to us. It's also an extremely expensive material. I'm left with the feeling again that you pulled something off the shelf. This is what we're going to do. And it's not a serious proposal. It's not likely that's the material you'll actually use. It's a very high-end product to try to treat the wood and deal with the way it weathers over time as the finished result. And so I'd really like to see what you really want to do to achieve this goal. Board Member Hirsch pointed out very correctly that when you have two materials, a cement plaster and a wood siding joining, the way they join, the detailing is critical. In this case, you've got the building offset by 2 feet. So the soffit, the material underneath, also needs to be detailed. We would like to see what that is. I'm just again left with the feeling that maybe it's not even been thought about yet. It's just a two-dimensional pastiche of materials. Certainly the presentation I've been giving a paint chip. When it's a cement plaster wall, it's a different look. What is that material? How do they join? And it's not a serious presentation to us. And I really want to see that. I look at the landscape plan and I really question some of the plant choices. You have this odd pine shrub going along the base of this 25-foot concrete block wall all the way back along the side. And that's a strange choice. I don't think you have any plants that are native to Palo Alto specimens, which is required by our code. I find the landscape plan, as far as I can read it, seems to be inconsistent. The plant that's shown on the plan, symbols D or E, something like that, is not what's shown in your schedule. So again, there's 3 large lawns in front of each one of these houses. That's not what I would call really thoughtful landscaping. A project like this, what many people in College Terrace do is something more thoughtful grouping of native grasses and things like that. This is not, I'm not sure it's been thought through. Lastly, the green building form, we usually just gloss over that. You have to meet the requirements for that, but it's not even been filled out yet. What we're presented with is the standard application form, but no information how you plan to meet those requirements. And so again, I'm just left thinking this is not finished yet. So to my colleagues, that's basically what I think, is that we need to see this once more with these issues addressed. Thank you, Ozma, and everybody.
Thanks. And I will remind everyone that we are not being asked to make a recommendation today. This is something that we would just be providing our feedback on. Okay, well, thank you to the applicant, and thank you to the members of the public that came to speak. And also thank you to my fellow board members for your commentary. You know, in general, I actually slightly disagree, and I apologize, my board member Bolte. You know, I looked at some different ways these driveways could be configured. And what I determined is that this configuration in front of us actually maximizes the open space to its most capacity. And yes, there are other ways to make the parking spaces more convenient, but you would lose your open space. And so in that vein, I think what's in front of us, I think, you know, there's this requirement for having 2 of the spaces be covered. There are ways to do this otherwise, but this proposal in front of us does maximize open space to its capacity. And I really, if I were to prioritize cars over open space, I would prioritize open space. And sure, yes, you know, I appreciate Board Member Rosenberg's note that, you know, maybe it won't be used for cars. And I'm kind of okay with that. Like, that's completely the applicant's prerogative, or whoever lives here's prerogative. You know, I didn't own a car for a while, and I would love, you know, having outdoor dining sounds great. So in that sense, you know, I've struggled a little bit, and I think we all have been struggling with this driveway. You know, is this the right choice? So this is one of the biggest questions I was asking myself, is this configuration the right configuration? Is there a better way to maximize open space and keep, you know, this privacy between the dwelling units? And maybe there is a couple more configurations one could study, but after considering everything, I've determined that I don't mind the way that it is currently. And I appreciate, you know, my board members' notes about the Coast Live Oak. I think we've talked about that sort of ad nauseum. And so, yes, if there's a way to better prioritize the trees on the site, even the 3-inch maple, you know, does it count as covered if you have a little like hole in your canopy for this maple to go through? Hopefully it does, because that could be a good opportunity to save that one tree. So yes, you know, the applicant does have some details in the back of our set. I think adding a detail for how the stucco meets the wood would be a good idea. I think, yes, better defining the treatment of the wood and how it would age is a good thing. I do think aesthetically it's very cohesive. You know, I could meet finding number 2 about it having a unified and coherent design. I think it is pretty good looking project. So in that sense, I think it's true when this comes back to us again, I think I'd be very close to being able to make the findings for this project. Yeah, okay. Yeah, and I would encourage some shading on the south windows. You know, yeah, in terms of privacy, I think there's a fence, but there's some opportunities for shading and on the south wall there. Okay, so those are all of our comments. I'm gonna ask staff, do we need to summarize, or is this probably adequate?
I think I would just ask if the applicant had any questions so that they know what to come back with.
Okay. Before I ask that, is there any other follow-up comments by members of the board after hearing everyone's thoughts? Okay, not seeing any. Okay, yeah. I just wanted to ask the applicant if they had questions about stuff that they heard.
No, I don't think I have questions about the comments. I do think the property owner might want to speak. Is that possible or no?
If there's questions.
Do you have questions, Rosita? Or?
I appreciate the time. It won't take long, but the whole front house was really designed for my parents, and they have 2 grandkids. That's why, and they don't live with my parents, and so they only will go over there on the weekend. That's why there is no closet, and they don't watch the Chinese TV like my mom, so they will be using the upstairs family room instead of going downstairs, because my kids speak English, and so my parents don't watch English shows. And so I want to just make it really clear that the front house is really designed for the usage of my parents. My mother has a leg problem. She doesn't use upstairs. She couldn't walk the stairs herself. So we don't have intention to make offices. So the whole idea was just I like sunlight, and so I just make big windows, and I actually make my architect change them to big windows. So I have no problem of, especially if you think that like the garage should be no sliding door, we can make it just a wall. So we are open to your feedback, and I appreciate your time. But it's a little unique case because we really designed for my parents. So thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, and I would remind our board members that our purview is the exterior of the building. Yes, and
Ozma, for the record, though, the purview is also functional architectural design. We have in the past taken issue with interior floor plans as they affected the outside of the building and declined buildings because of that. So it's not entirely fair to say you can't consider the inside. I think what Board Member Rosenberg said about the floor plan is perfectly correct. It's going to be changed. It's just going to be changed after we look at it. That's what we're trying to avoid.
okay.
I'd like to just add to that, because, you know, exteriors are designed in consort with interiors. You know, there's a relationship between them. And then you have the exterior environment as well, you know, what is the impact on a neighbor, et cetera. So it starts usually in the inside somehow with planning, programming, moves to the outside. There's a relationship developed there, and then you relate that to the neighbor. You have to look at the whole picture. And I'm concerned that sometimes we're too much focused on what we'd call materiality. And there's got to be a more general approach to our review because they relate to each other.
Okay, noted. I'm sorry, we've closed the public comment for this item. So thank you. So I think we're going to close this item and move on to the next one. Sorry. Oh, we do need a motion. Yes. And so I guess would the applicant prefer for motion to a date uncertain?
Yeah, if we can just do a motion to continue to a date uncertain.
I'll move that we recommend continuing this to a date uncertain, subject to the comments that have been made.
And I'll second that.
Okay, motion by Balte, second by Rosenberg.
Board Member Balte,
Yes?
Board Member Chan,
Yes.
Vice Chair Hirsch,
Yes.
Board Member Rosenberg,
Yes.
Chair Thompson.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Okay, shall we keep scooting along? Who's our next item? Give me 1 second. Okay, our next item is 180 El Camino Real. So this is a recommendation on applicant's request for approval of a board level architectural review application to allow for a new storefront facade and signage for Brilliant Earth retail tenant. Do we have any disclosures?
Yes, I visited the site.
I also visited the site. Thank you.
Thank you.
I visited the site.
Thank you.
Well, I didn't visit the site this time, but I did the past.
I also could not visit the site. Okay, let's do a presentation by staff.
Thank you, Chair, board members. Tamara Harrison with Michael Baker International, presenting as contract planner for city staff. I'll go ahead and share my screen. Can everyone see that okay?
Yes, we can.
Awesome. Okay. So this action item is for Brilliant Earth facade change and signage at the Stanford Shopping Center. Again, the project is located at 180 El Camino Real within Building D and Suite 71, which is formerly the Marimeco space. Again, as the project is located within the Stanford Shopping Center, it's subject to the master tenant facade and sign program. This diagram here just essentially shows you a layout of the center. I've starred the actual location of this tenant space here in Building D. The green lines on the map here indicate that spaces that require city review. Those storefronts that exceed 35 feet in length require the ARB public hearing, and storefronts that are equal to or less than 35 feet in length just require staff level review. The project's located within the central portion of the Stanford Shopping Center, and it faces Sand Hill Road. And again, the project seeks to exchange the existing facade to accommodate the new Brilliant Earth tenant and proposes new signage for the tenant as well. The project does not seek to increase the floor area ratio, height, or lot coverage, nor does it propose to change the use of the tenant space. Instead, the project only seeks to change the interior and exterior of the space. The new exterior facade has 4 design components, which consist of white thin brick veneer, a champagne colored trim at windows and doors, open storefront glazing, and dark bronze metal signage. The design is consistent with the master program and it is also consistent with the character of the Stanford Shopping Center. Here you can see the color and material board, and the majority of the site of the facade, is going to be the thin white brick veneer. You can also see the champagne colored trim at the windows and doors, the glazing, and then also the signage, which is that dark bronze metal signage. The signage is subject to the Palo Alto Municipal Code, which allows for several wall signs within the allowable sign area regulations. So for this particular facade, which is a 39 by 26 facade, a maximum of 65 square feet of sign area for wall signs is allowed. And the municipal code also allows for blade signs up to 3 feet in square foot area. The signage is subject to the master program signage regulations as well, which allows for 1 primary facade wall sign and 1 blade sign. Key considerations and conditions for the application to determine compliance with the ARB findings, the master program, and the city sign code, which the project has been found consistent with all 3 of those. And so with that, staff recommends the approval of the proposed project. Excuse me. The staff recommends that the ARB take the following action: recommend approval of the proposed project facade changes and signage to the Director of Planning and Development Services based on findings and subject to staff's conditions of approval. This concludes staff's presentation, and I'm available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have a presentation by the applicant?
Yes, good afternoon, board, chair. Pleasure to be back in front of you once again. Jason Smith, Jason Smith with Landshark Development. Just wanted to start off by saying, again, Sanford Shopping Center, I've been in front of you guys a few times, and board member Balte, we've taken your last comments, and as far as the parking is concerned for bicycles, and staff is working with Simon Properties to get those implemented and in place throughout the shopping center. At this time, I'd like to go ahead and pass over the baton to Tanya Springer, who with Brilliant Earth, to discuss the project briefly, and then it will be passed on to Mitch with MG2 Design and Architecture. Thank you.
Hi, everyone.
Hi there. Please state and spell your name for the record. Thank you.
My name is Tanya Springer, Tanyaspringer, and I am the construction project manager representing Brilliant Earth today. So I just wanted to say, first of all, we're so grateful to be here. One of our most anticipated locations to date has been the Stanford Shopping Center. It was actually in this very community that Brilliant Earth was founded. Our CEOs are both grads from Stanford themselves, and while in school, they saw an opportunity to cultivate the diamond industry by creating a more transparent, sustainable, and compassionate approach to what they knew about the industry at the time. We began as an e-commerce bridal jeweler in 2005 and have since expanded the fine jewelry market, growing our brand and offering our customers a stronger retail experience. We went public last year, and in doing so, we successfully opened 7 new locations in 2021, which brought our physical presence to 19 stores nationwide. Today, we've actually sold to consumers in the US and over 50 countries throughout our e-commerce platform, as well as our brick and mortar. And now, 17 years later, we're really excited to open up a showroom in the location where it all began. Our brand caters to a millennial and Gen Z audience. So our goal has always been to provide an elevated, elegant design, kind of walking a fine line between not overpowering our product, but offering an enhancement to our experience. So in that, we love natural lighting, neutrals, textures, kind of coupled with pops of muted color. And we really feel like this creates a calming environment for such an emotional shopping experience. So with that kind of being said, and a little brief bio on us, I'll go ahead and turn it over to Mitch Pride from MG2, who will kind of go through the key design components and walk you through our new storefront design. Mitch, I'll hand it over to you.
Thanks, Tanya. Thank you, everyone. Mitch Pride, MITCH PRIDE. I'm an associate principal at MG2 up in Seattle, and we've been working with Brilliant Earth since 2019 on a refreshed showroom and retail experience where they can, serve customers not only in the appointment-only showroom area, but also through browsing retail space, so that anybody off the sidewalk can come in and look at the amazing products that Brilliant Earth has. I think in general, as you saw in the last package, and I'm happy to share my screen in a moment, kind of picking up on what Tanya was saying about the brand palette, it's all about affordable and approachable luxury. That's one of the greatest things about, I think, Brilliant Earth. It's very approachable for a lot of consumers, but you still know that you're getting a high-end kind of fine jewelry piece. And so with that, we wanted to kind of key into that when we think of materiality as well, and especially when we can think of California. There's kind of ease and approachability in California. And so the white painted brick storefront, we think, really adds a texture and a familiarity to a lot of folks. But then the storefront being in champagne metal accents adds that little bit of luxury, adds that kind of slightly more upscale experience. And I'll go ahead and share my screen so we know we're all looking at the same thing, if that's okay. So as you can see, the existing storefront is kind of a stone with kind of built out glass facade area with signage, and then storefront display below. And our kind of improvements here are really kind of brightening this corner. This is, you know, a tough spot in the center for, you know, visibility, and so we wanted to brighten it up, make sure that it was noticeable from the parking lot for our customers, and also adds to the atmosphere of the center itself. And so with that, the updated brick finish, again, adds some brightness to this area. And then you can see the champagne gold metal accents. And one of the things that I think is also unique about Brilliant Earth is the amount of transparency at the window line for a jewelry tenant. A lot of times the storefront is taken up with kind of displays that are blocking that kind of great experience into the retail areas. And so natural light is the best way to view diamonds, and so we want to let the most natural light in that we can, so that customers can have the best shopping experience. And so with that, you kind of see the entry on the right into the retail space with an eyebrow canopy over the door and the signage in dark bronze with halo illumination behind it. Again, signaling that this is where you enter. This is kind of a welcoming environment. And then the showroom is to the left, where you can kind of see into the appointment area. And the blade sign is on the far left to help kind of signify where customers are coming down the sidewalk to make sure they find us. And then accenting with sconces to really help kind of, again, bring a little bit of that luxury feel to the environment and kind of that warm glow at night. And yeah, so I think that's kind of most of what we're doing, and we're really excited to be doing work in this center. And I will kind of leave it at that, unless there are other questions or other things that you would like us to speak to. We'd be happy to speak to those.
Thank you. Are there any members of the public that wish to speak on this item?
I haven't received any speaker cards, and I see 2 attendees, but their hands are not raised.
Okay, please raise your hand if you wish to speak. Okay, I'm not seeing any. Are there any questions that the board have of staff or the applicant? One from board member Chen.
Yeah, I have a question about the detail treatment over the left window. On the rendering, you show the vertical bricks. Is it the same material and the same size? And on the elevations, it seems like you show all the horizontal materials. So I want to clarify the detail treatment over the left window. Thank you.
Yes, I think the intent would be to match the kind of depth of the canopy over the showroom window. So that's that would be the intent there, to do a soldier course above the showroom.
Any more questions?
Excuse me, yes,
Peter?
thank you. When I look at the proposed exterior face rendering, that's drawing A102B, the showroom window to the left looks, if anything, smaller than the entrance storefront assembly. And yet the plan seems to show it at least 25% bigger. Is that just a graphic thing, or what is the true intent of the size of the showroom window relative to the entry door and window?
Yeah, it would match the plans. So I think it's probably just a perspective kind of playing with us in the rendering there on A102B, but the width of the window would be the intent.
And then did I just hear you say that there'll be a soldier course of brick above both openings? And what we're looking at on this perspective is the champagne finished metal canopy out over the door?
So the soldier course would be over the left-hand opening, and the canopy would be over the right-hand opening. They would match in height, is why we would turn the soldier course, just so there's kind of datum line at the top of the canopy and the top of the soldier course.
Thank you.
So just clarifying that the elevation on A201, which is not showing the soldier course, should be showing the soldier course.
Correct.
Any other questions? David?
There's,
It's on.
yeah, there's a canopy over the entry door. Is that true? What drawing is that on?
You can find that on A201, has it called out in the elevation.
A401 is the section.
Got it. Okay, I see. Yeah, so you know, it's just hard to read it in straight on elevation without shadow lines, et cetera. But okay, now I see it. Is there a some kind of an interior door that's going to cover these windows at night, or do they stay glazed and open?
They stay glazed and open. We use security film on our windows to make sure that we can stay open and transparent at night as well.
Any other questions?
Yeah, I do have another one then. The door on the far right is an egress door, is that right? Is that a part of your design, or is it part of the operation of the whole building, or is it an exit from other areas, or is it just an exit from your store?
No, the very far right is a common exit from a common corridor. It's just captured in the storefront for consistency. So there's not a sliver. And that was the previous tenant also captured that area in their facade as well. So we're kind of following through and updating those finishes all the way to the corner of the building. But we don't have any, that's not our space in that corridor. Yeah.
Just have a follow-up. Are you able to confirm if the amount of coverage that is currently there would be the same in your proposal? Talking about the not in contract door?
Yes, yeah. So it's just the straight finish update from what is there currently to what will be there.
Okay, thanks. Any other questions? Nope,
none for me.
Okay. Okay, well, thank you to the applicant. I think we'll bring it back to the board. Would like to start?
Some pretty straightforward comments. I'm going to keep these very short. I appreciate being able to see the materials in person, because I'll admit that your rendering makes this look like a gray brick and a yellowish looking metal. Seeing the materials in person, seeing the white brick and the champagne color of the metal gives me a lot more confidence in the material selection. I do feel that they are high quality, aesthetically pleasing. So I'm very glad that we got to see those in person, because I admit I was much more concerned looking at it on paper. But really, other than that, it's an understated design. It is simple. It's not a lot to complain about. So thank you.
Thanks. Who'd like to go next?
Thank you. Thanks for the application. I'm generally very in support of letting Jason and his group over at the shopping center go with what they think. But in this case, I feel this is just too plain looking. I hear what you're saying, Kendra. It is a nice brick, and it's nice to see it firsthand. My initial reaction with the written response was that the champagne metal would be too gold looking. But I think the colors are fine. But overall, just the idea of a 20+ foot tall wall of painted brick with very little detailing or effort around the windows, it just doesn't cut it for me. I'm sorry. I think I'd like to see something more detailed, more I don't know, just the white brick just seems too plain. I'll leave it at that. And then I think you need more trim and detail around the windows somehow, just something to make them do what you want them to do. I find that the soldier course just over one opening inconsistent. I'd like to see more treatment about the not included in contract door opening, not the door itself, but the opening in the wall to all be put together. And I just think a little more thought put into the openings, and I'm not sure I buy the painted brick. So it's just my opinion. I do think that acknowledges a very large tree right in front, and that does a good deal to offset this impact. But to my colleagues, I'm not convinced this is the right thing in this case. Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Chen?
Yeah, I have the same feeling as what Board Member Bolte just mentioned. I think it's a huge wall, and I think we are expecting to see more detailed treatment on what happened above the windows. I will just keep my comments short, and I think there's something we need to do for the facade.
Thank you. Vice Chair Hirsch?
Tend to agree with my previous board members. I'm particularly bothered by the door in the corner, which kind of draws your eye in this picture, especially because there's going to be such a contrast between the white and this opening. Would wish that somehow or other at least the line of the storefront doors were maintained there, and even if there were some kind of an outer door, I don't know how to suggest you materialize that, but it's an eyesore relative to everything else here. Perhaps even somehow or other recognizing it in the facade of the design. So you say that the Brilliant Earth starts from the line to the left of whatever it is there and then continues across. I'm not making that as a suggestion. I think maybe it's something to be studied. That there's a kind of a reveal in that facade that would allow for that expression to carry up the whole wall, or I don't know. You know, it's just a bother to look at that element of it and be focused on it as the dark corner when everything else is so bright. I have to say that this piece of the shopping center is probably the darkest corner, and that the white is at least a nice contrast to allow it to have some light. But from that point on, I agree with my previous board members that it just doesn't seem to have enough detail to it. It's something that is the rough surface of the stone, and then the whiteness of is really rather nice by itself. But then somehow the rest of it isn't beautifully detailed to the point where it makes you think about what the product that's being sold here. I suppose you look through the window and you see it, but I think that it needs more detail somehow. Maybe even some way that carries one element through to the other rather than just two elements with the right one carrying the Brilliant Earth logo. Although, you know, I'm a little ambivalent about my suggestion there. But I would say that the entire presentation could be better, and that the entry to the door really needs to be solved. Entry to the right.
Is that it? Okay, thank you. Interesting. I was sort of more of the mind of Board Member Rosenberg, where I felt like the materials are doing a lot of the heavy lifting, and I feel like brick is one of those materials where you can do a big wall and, you know, it's okay because it's brick and it's got a small scale and it's got a grain to it. But I think, you know, I kind of appreciate, you know, 3 of our board members saying that it's too plain. And I was just looking on Google Maps. It appears to be a storefront right adjacent to it that is all black and not brick. That is also quite plain as well. So maybe there is something here. I was originally going to make a note about how it seems to be that the elevation of the elevation on A201 and the rendering, we've already kind of pointed out that they don't really match. And at one point, I was willing to believe that the elevation is correct. But it appears that maybe, the little distance between the edge of the not in contract door and the wall is actually a lot smaller than it's showing on the elevation. And so it might be something to study a little bit further, just in terms of actual site conditions, to make sure that this elevation is accurately reflecting what's there on site. Okay, so where do we go from here? I was ready to recommend approval. I wonder if some of these changes are able to be addressed in an ad hoc committee, or if we feel like this project needs to come back. What do other board members think?
I'm gonna just reiterate. I think that I appreciate seeing that the one next door isn't necessarily so like every single store doesn't need to be a showstopper, right? And minimalism, I admit I'm a little bit of a minimalist myself, so it's I appreciate a clean, simple design. Do I feel that this could be better, have a little bit more wow factor? Yeah, I do. I can absolutely hear what my board members are saying when they say it feels a little plain. However, I'm not necessarily opposed to plain. This is a building that they're really trying to show off what they're selling on the inside. While it is small, while they are delicate, they're talking about jewelry. I just don't have a problem with it. And I don't think that every single facade needs to be this huge, glamorous extravaganza. This is okay to be simple. It's okay to be sort of understated, and it's okay to be a little subdued. I think that it's doing the right things with the texture and the color. And sometimes I think that we just need to have a little faith in the people that are designing it. And that's, again, purely my opinion on this one. And I absolutely understand why some of my board members disagree. And on the note of the spacing between the sort of the side door and the entry door, I could see why that might want to have a little bit more of a breathing room between it, and that you really can get the emphasis on the building and not the side door. It feels small to me. It feels like these issues are small. It doesn't feel like enough to warrant them to come back. So my 2 cents on it.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting point. I was trying to think of other ways that this could be sort of still simple, but give it a bit more interest. And I think, the existing storefront has these like very brick sizes, which I don't think make any sense for this storefront. Maybe the variation in depth of brick might be interesting, just to give the facade a bit more play. I was actually looking at this in the sunlight to see how, vertical light hits it, and it's kind of cool. I don't know, what does everybody else think in terms of how we want to move forward?
I think this should come back to us. I'm afraid this strikes me as more than is reasonable to put on a subcommittee. I've heard 3 separate issues. One is the treatment of the not in contract door to the right. Another is the overall detailing around the windows, and the third is the material itself. It seems to me that's more than you handle on the subcommittee level. The subcommittee should be something where we can give clear direction what we're looking for, say tone down the color or something like that. And I'm afraid I think this is more than that. I think also it's important that while we're generally very favorable towards the shopping center and their projects, and I think appropriately so, occasionally we should flex our muscles a little bit. And this is one of those cases where this is extremely visible from the parking lot in Quarry Way. And so it's okay to once in a while, I think this is the only time we've ever done this, push back a little bit. But for those reasons, I feel we should just ask this to be continued. I'm happy to make that motion, but if you want to continue the discussion, Osma, I can understand that too.
Yeah, I'd like to hear from Board Member Chen and Vice Chair Hirsch on this. Yeah.
Yeah, agree. I like to see it come back and ask the applicant to continue work on some details.
What do you think, David? Seems to be kind of a split board right now.
Yeah. I think it could be done in committee, but I would also agree that it could come back because there are some suggestions that maybe the materials actually could be worked on a bit more. The all whiteness of this wall, while it is effective in that corner of the shopping center, and in fact, it isn't tremendously visible from the outside, and it tends to want to attract people, I think, to its name, not by its probably location, but by its reputation. That in terms of its aesthetic in the shopping center, some variety to the tremendous amount of brick that's above here, subtly done, would be a nice transition, I think, from where it is right now. And more detail, I think, as just mentioned, would, I think, be a good idea. And I think my biggest concern is that this door on the right is really an eyesore and doesn't help the rest of the facade in any way. So that's a complicated issue. And for that reason, almost alone, I would say it's a good idea to come back to the board.
Okay.
If we were to, let me try to earn everybody's vote here. I'll move that we continue this project to a date uncertain, subject to the comments that have been made, with the additional caveat that the board has no problem with the light finish, the color, and the board does not have a problem with the minimalist design approach. Both of those are perfectly reasonable. We're asking for a little more detail and then special more consideration of how the door on the right works. That's my motion.
I'll second.
Oh, beat me.
Okay, motion by Balte, second by Chen. Would anybody like to speak to the motion before we vote?
Or any proposed additions to it, maybe, just to get some votes on it?
Do we want to make sure the applicant and the architect has an understanding of where we're trying to go?
Yeah, I'd be open to that.
This is Tanya Springer. I guess I just would like to understand, since the door that's in question is not in our scope, how we should move forward with that.
I'd suggest to you, is it okay, that it's not really the door itself, but just the opening in the wall. The door is set back 3 feet from the plan, what I can tell, but there's an opening in the wall that maybe the top of that should align, or whatever treatment you do around the edge of the opening could match the other doors, or maybe consider shifting the whole storefront entrance further to the left so it's not so close. I don't think we're asking you to go back to the shopping center and change the plan of the door in any way whatsoever, but rather do something to mitigate the impact. I think I'm speaking for the board with that.
Okay, that's helpful. I think, I guess since this is our first time kind of coming to you guys and hearing the feedback, I'm just curious, just next steps on that. Obviously we want to make you guys happy and have everyone in alignment. So if there's any particular feedback you'd like us to incorporate, so we can get that resubmitted as soon as possible. Our goal is to get open and start being a part of the Stanford Shopping Center. And so obviously this will delay that a little bit. So anything that, if there's anything specific you would like to see, we're very open to getting this moving. So that's just my comment. Thank you.
And if it's possible to get a date certain for the next hearing, that would be appreciative. We're trying to, again, push this project and get everyone open. And I think with our design team, we'll be able to put something together that should address your concerns.
I think our next hearing is on the 19th.
I'm open to a date certain if staff can set that up.
Okay, we'll let staff think about it. While staff is thinking about it, if I might add to the motion, The treatment of the parapets. In this case, because I was just thinking, last week or whatever, last time we approved Allo, which was a stucco storefront, but it was at the base and it has this sort of very intricate wood thing happening above it. But with this case, it's a little bit different because I think this goes all the way to the top of the parapet. And I am curious to see how this interfaces with the existing parapet. And I don't know if that's a very simple detail or not.
And I understand that we do have a motion on the board right now that we're sort of stalling out on a little bit. And I guess the question I have, and maybe it's for staff and maybe it's for someone at Stanford Shopping Center, but how much flexibility do they have with this door? Can they paint it white and make it just sort of fade away? Is this something that they can, because I'd actually be a little concerned if they tried to tie it into the design, if they actually emphasized this, if they added some gold trim around it, then people will think that that door is part of the building. And I don't think that's a good solution. So I guess the question is, and I don't know if anyone actually physically here right now can answer this, but what can they do?
Yeah, I don't think, Jason, I don't know that we have Simon representatives here at the moment. I would assume just a paint color, though, seems like it would be reasonable.
And I would assume that as well. But again, I have the same concerns as board member Rosenberg, if that we do provide some type of colored trim that matches the storefront. I think it will cause some confusion and bring people towards that egress for the back of house and then take them away from our storefront.
So if you were to look at the previous tenant, they treated the windows differently to achieve the goal we're asking. Board member Hurst suggested you could reconsider bringing the brick all the way into the corner. If you put a reveal of some sort, that would also accomplish that goal. I think there are design options that would get closer to what we're asking for that do not require you to redo the door itself or anything like that. And we think this is something the architectural team ought to be able to consider.
Yeah. I mean, I think I guess the ARB discussion that I'm hearing is that we're not asking for any attention to be brought to the door, almost the opposite, actually. And perhaps this rendering that's in front of us is not doing the project any favors in that way, because the picture is taken with the door kind of front and center. And so I might just suggest to the applicant to consider a different picture. I mean, it could be the same one, but I think that's maybe why it's sort of sticking out to us more than it would have otherwise. But yeah, I think it's sort of a proportionality at the base as well that's being commented on. Yeah, I mean, the rendering is showing the parapet going all the way to the top. And so, kind of what I've seen is that I don't know if there's kind of a continuous parapet that the storefronts have to adhere to, or can it go all the way to the top? So I guess if this project is coming back to us, I'd be curious to know that condition, what the applicant is proposing.
Could I?
Yeah, so we certainly asked that the facades go all the way to the top to cover up any of the main building that's there. But what, cornice treatment or other sorts of things is up to the applicant.
Yeah, exactly. I think that, we haven't mentioned that previously, but that it's pretty obvious that they want to run the entire material to the very top to keep that texture going and not differentiate the top in any way, which adds to the simplicity of the facade. So as far as I'm concerned, that seems to be a reasonable idea.
Yeah.
And the detail of it is really the question as to how that top is finished relative. But the line appears to meet at a corner, it is meeting the adjacent building.
Well, the elevation is showing something at the top. It's showing like I don't know what that is. It's like a metal cap or something. Okay, that's what that is. Okay, never mind. I didn't see that detail close enough.
Yes, that is a pre-finished parapet cap, and that's on A201, the elevation, and then there's a detail of that. And I believe that's on 401A3.
All right, I can rescind my request.
Yeah, it shows there.
Okay, so I'm not hearing any questions from the architect, and we do have a motion.
Any other comments before we vote on the motion? Let's take a vote.
Board Member Baltai,
Yes.
Board Member Chen,
Yes.
Vice Chair Hirsch,
Yes.
Board Member Rosenberg,
No.
Chair Thompson.
No.
Motion carries 3-2.
Normally, we allow the people who voted no to speak to why they voted no.
I personally find that this proposal really meets a lot of the criteria and it meets all the findings that we're looking for. I think it's, yes, simple. Yes, could be, slight improvements, but at the same time, I do allow for the company and for the shopping center to sort of regulate themselves in this regard. I don't think that there's any problem with this approval. So that was why I voted no.
Thank you. And I also voted no because I do think the design meets all the findings as well. Okay. Alrighty. Well, thank you. Thank you to the applicant. And I think we did move it to a date certain, if I recall.
We actually did date uncertain. So actually, if we want to keep this open for one more second, the 519, the notices have gone out for that. Is that correct? So, okay. So if we're going to do 519, we would have to do to a date certain, but usually we don't do that. That's no time to make any changes. And so I think 6/2 is more reasonable in a lot of respects. And we do have time to make those notices so that the existing motion could stay.
If we keep the motion as is to uncertain, can the applicant still get in on the June date?
June 2nd, they can do, yes. And anytime after June 2nd. It's just the 519. If we want them to come back on 519, it would have to be a date certain. But again, it just doesn't allow them any time to really make changes. They would have to make changes in less than a week.
If I can speak, we can make changes in less than a week. So that's not an issue from our side.
To the chair, is it possible to rescind the vote and do it again with the date certain? How does that work technically? I'd like to give them the opportunity to, if they say the 19th is the date, I'd like to give that to them.
Okay. Okay, so on the applicant side, 519 is something you'd like to do?
So yeah, I just want to clarify that we would need plan sets in our office by Wednesday, which gives the architect the weekend pretty much to make any changes.
Do you need the physical set in your office or can you do digital?
We do need a physical paper set by Wednesday afternoon.
We can have those printed locally and have them delivered in time with that, Mitch. So.
Okay.
So I guess it's a question, if we still say uncertain, is that still a possibility?
If you say with the current motion, 519 is not a possibility.
I see. Okay. Okay, I'll just ask the applicant if that's something that they would like us to amend our motion. We are willing to do that, it appears.
Yes, we would like your motion to be amended for a date certain of the 19th to come back in front of the board.
Okay, I'd like to change my motion to be returning to a date certain of 519. So the seconder has to.
Who's the seconder? Board Member Chen?
Yeah, second.
Okay.
I'd like to note that we're going to rescind the previous vote. Is that okay?
Do we rescind it or do we just amend it?
Amended.
Okay, can we just approve the amended part so that I would just like, I would just want to approve the amended part.
Whatever.
Okay, so the original motion stands. This is just an amendment to the original. Yeah. Okay, so we're just voting on the amendment. Okay.
Board Member Baltai,
Yes.
Board Member Chen,
Yes.
Vice Chair Hirsch,
Yes.
Board Member Rosenberg,
Yes.
Chair Thompson.
Yes,
Motion carries 5-0.
thank you. Thank you to
Chair.
the applicant.
Chair, board members, and staff, thank you again for your time.
All right, thank you. I'm looking forward to seeing you very soon.
Thank you.
All right, take care. Get some sleep if you can. Okay, give me 1 second to get all of this together. All my hopes and dreams of getting us finished by 1. We're close. Okay. All right, our next item is the work plan. Hopefully,
Yes, I do have a presentation if you'd like, or I don't have to. Sure, super speedy version, love it.
Go
Okay,
for it.
let me see if I can get it up on Zoom now.
Did you send your comments to Jody?
I thought I did, yeah. I just don't know if she got them. I mean, I hope so.
Okay, there we go, slideshow. Okay, so ARB work plan, I need to move your faces over a little. Okay, so the ARB work plan is based on the council's board, committee, and commission handbook that they recently prepared. We do need to prepare it in this time fashion, which is the second quarter. It does get reviewed by city council. And then council may have some additional items that they wish the ARB to take a look at. And then as new issues arise, we may want to amend this work plan. Now, this work plan is different than the annual report that is discussed in the Muni Code. The work plan is sort of looking at the year to come, whereas our annual report is usually taking a retrospective look backwards. And so we can probably discuss the annual report at a later date and how to incorporate that or not. So the previous year's work plan, we had a more simple template last year, and we had mostly the same sort of items incorporated. But we've now moved to a new format. It just has our mission statement, has what the commission's about and when we meet, those sorts of things. It also has our goals, and it gets a little more in-depth into timeframes and staff resources and things of that nature. So the first goal being to review planning applications for conformance with ARB findings and objective standards. That's the big thing the board does pretty much every day. And so we just put as far as high and low priorities, we put to focus on housing projects, whereas maybe office projects in Palo Alto in particular are not as time sensitive. The one thing that is not in your packet, you'll see the red lettering here. I did try to enhance the second goal, saying about discuss specific comp plan goals, policies, and programs, and design guidelines that the ARB would like to further explore. And just, saying as a high priority, we do have the Parklet design guidelines that we were discussing earlier. There is the California Avenue closure is coming up. There's also the El Camino guidelines, the regular guidelines, and then there's South El Camino guidelines if we wanted to look at changing or updating those. The El Camino guidelines are from the 70s, and so maybe could use some updating. The goal number 3 is to finalize review of the Objective Standards project, which actually, I should actually say this is complete as best I know, because we are going to council this month to have, let them review that and hopefully finalize some things there. The fourth goal, we still need to finish up on the ARB awards, just having our event for that. And it seems now, as we get into summer, it would be a great time to open up the lobby or something. And then lastly, updating the bylaws. We do want to take a look at that, maybe not necessarily today, but in the near future, of just making sure that our bylaws align with all of the other guiding documents. So that's it. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I should ask if there are any members of the public that wish to comment. Doesn't appear to be.
No.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. So yeah, just do a little discussion internally. Maybe we'll just go one by one and see people's thoughts, if they feel like they can approve this today, and if they have any comments. And who'd like to go first?
Sure. Okay. On goal number 1, I wonder if we could encourage the staff to work with us to get us our packets 7 days in advance as the BCC handbook requests. Medina, we're supposed to have our packets 7 days ahead of the meeting time. And we'd like to meet that goal as part number 1.
Because we get them on Friday. You'd like them on Thursday?
The council was quite insistent that every commission should get them a week in advance. What it does is it triggers the public notification. But it is challenging when I get it on Monday. So it's not so much me personally, but I think that the council was really clear. They debated this a lot.
Is that part of our work plan?
No, it's not.
Please keep your comments focused to that.
No, but it's part of the staff's assistance in our work plan.
It's the resources needed.
Yeah, exactly.
It's noted here, I think, right? I guess we can add a week in advance into the resources needed.
The other thought was that on goal number 2, it's possible that the council will undertake a housing study on University Avenue. That's been debated recently because there's a grant out there pending for that. If that is done, I think the ARB will have some involvement in that. And that would likely be something we'd put on a work plan. So I don't know how to phrase that, but I wrote down University Avenue housing study if the council goes forward with it.
Okay, so your proposal is to put that under one of our high priority items?
Well, that would be under goal number 2. We have the California Avenue thing, and then the University Avenue housing might be another similar to that.
Got it.
But I'm just throwing it out there. Again, it's good for council to see that there's a finite amount of energy that can go into these things. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Board Member Rosenberg? Nope. Board Member Chen? Nope. Hirsch?
Yeah, I do. I had been proposing that we continue to work on objective standards to some degree, assuming that the future is going to require alterations to the present one, which we have been at one time or another discussing. So I'd like to say further refinements on the objective standards ongoing.
I think that's under item 3.
That's under heading.
It's under goal number 3.
Oh, okay.
It says after council approval. I think the reason it's under low priority is because we're still waiting for council approval. But once we receive it, then we can move that to a higher priority.
Is that that's basically what I had asked for, Jody?
Yep.
Oh. But council approval isn't going to happen until when? The end of session, right? The end of their session?
They're hearing it in May.
I'm sorry?
They're hearing the objective standards in May.
In May?
In the middle of May, yes.
Okay. All right. So that's fine. As long as it's continued in here. I just want to make a general statement that, you know, what I found very interesting in our last discussion was using the examples that we assembled, and there were hopefully going to be more included in that. It's a really interesting way to look at these standards relative to projects that are built and available as images. So you almost look at them and say, well, you know, we have this particular standard, but it wouldn't solve this particular problem. And then you look at the alternatives that are possible it's just a way in which we can become objective ourselves, and so I'd like to offer that in the future as a way of looking at projects. We did do that a little bit at the beginning. I remember Chris showed a number of photographs as well, and it really ought to have continued throughout the process. It gives us something to really anchor the ideas with. So let me leave that out there and hope that when we get back to this, we'll do it in a way that will be useful to improve the standards.
Any other comments?
Okay, I'm okay with that.
All right, well then I'll move that we approve the work plan that's in front of us, subject to the notes that Jody had on her screen, as well as adding the University Avenue housing to goal number 2.
Yes, I am typing as we talk here. And so I just had, related to David's comment, in the low priority box here, I have after approval of this phase being the initial, objective standards, that the board wishes to refine the objective standards based on research from projects as they go through the objective standards ministerial process. So as we have a couple projects, then we'll have, more information. And then I'm just saying that may require additional consultant funding. So that council's aware of that. And then I did put under number 2, I added the University Avenue housing study.
Great, thank you. All right, well then I move that we approve the work plan that's on Jody's computer right now.
Second that motion.
Anybody would like to speak to it? Nope. All right, let's take a vote.
Board Member Baltay,
Yes.
Board Member Chen, Vice Chair Hirsch,
Yes.
Board Member Rosenberg,
Yes.
Chair Thompson.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
All right, thank you so much. And thank you, Jody, for all your hard work on this. All right, we've got 2 more things to do. I'm really optimistic it won't take us 50 minutes. All right, we have to approve the meeting minutes from March 10th. Is there a motion?
Yes, I move that we approve the minutes from March 10th.
Is there a second?
I second that.
Motion by Baltay, second by Rosenberg. Let's take a vote.
Board Member Baltay,
Yes.
Board Member Chen,
Abstain.
Vice Chair Hirsch,
Yes.
Board Member Rosenberg,
Yes.
Chair Thompson.
Yes.
Motion carries 4-0.
Thank you. Would somebody like to move about approving the meetings on April 7th?
I will move that we approve the minutes from April 7th.
Is there a second?
I second.
Thank you.
I'd like to speak to that motion. I really have to say I'm impressed. I really did read these minutes, and I think it's pretty impressive the amount of discourse we have, and what I see at least is the efforts between us to respect and the listening back and forth. It shows in the minutes.
Yeah.
And I'm really proud to be part of this group reading those minutes. Thank you.
Oh, let's take a vote.
Board Member Baltay,
Yes.
Board Member Chen,
Abstain.
Vice Chair Hirsch,
Yes.
Board Member Rosenberg,
Yes.
Chair Thompson.
Yes.
Motion carries 4-0.
Thank you. Okay, our next item is board member questions, comments, or announcements. Do we have any? Not seeing any? Okay, well, thank you so much, everybody, and this meeting is adjourned.